so she couldn't argue that she did tell him that no one would be hurt. She reluctantly nodded. "All right, I remember that I did say that, but you must understand me. I have to do what it takes to keep this family afloat. As I told you before, Daddy doesn't have any regular income and Kasumi is too busy taking care of the household. This is what I do, and you're going to accept that about me. I'm not doing these things out of enjoyment. It's for my family. Ranma was silent for a moment. He then said, "That's not all true. And you know lot Ranma's mouth became a firm, straight line. One benefit to being blind is that I'm not distracted by false fronts and appearances. My abilities can smell a lie. You may be doing this in part to keep your family going, but I also sense you do enjoy the power and control that you exert over others. From what I'm reading, you have been seeking control for a long time. Something dramatic must have happened to you that caused you to erect this wall around you, and you're just trying to hide your own insecurities by making others feel intimidated. Once you found that you had control, you began getting used to the power it gave you and never considered the harm you were intentionally or unintentionally causing to others. And even when you did see the damage you had caused, you only saw it as more ways to further exert your control." Ranma paused for a moment, then said, "Well, am I right? Nabiki was absolutely unnerved by this boy. His words had struck her to the core. Is he some kind of psychic? His guesses were dead on. Ever since her mother had died when she was 9, Nabiki had felt the need to take control and never feel the helplessness she had experienced when Kimiko Tendo had passed away. The loss of one parent and the self-despair of the other had caused the family to begin collapsing. Kasumi was forced to take on the burden of cleaning, cooking and caring for the other members of the Tendo clan. Akane had thrown herself into her training as her anger and frustration built up over the years. As for Nabiki, she had begun looking for ways to earn income to pay for the bills, since her father had proven to be unsuitable to continue training students. However, a girl of her age couldn't get a job, so Nabiki had to resort to other means to earn money. She already had a talent for numbers and figures, so when opportunity appeared for a scam, Nabiki did so without hesitation. She had steadfastly maintained that it was all for her family's sake, but now after Ranma's accusations, she wasn't so sure as she was a few minutes ago. Was she actually enjoying the control that her position as the Ice Queen and mercenary was giving her? Did she actually enjoy the pain and misery she caused to others because it helped her forget the heartache she felt when Kimiko died? Did she really not think about the consequences of her actions? She had always made certain that any scheme she had hatched up would never get her into trouble or put her in a position of weakness. However, she had never really thought about what damage she was causing to others. The situation with Akane and Kuma was a prime example. Nabiki had thought she had netted a rich pigeon when the insane Kendust had become smitten with her sister. The Wanabe samurai was willing to spend outrageous amounts of yen for photos or any information concerning about his so-called true love. When Kuno had made that stupid decree about defeating Akan, every boy in school had gone after her, and Nabiki's profit margins reached new heights with her betting odds and photos. Even though Akan's sister had found out that getting a date for the weekend became almost impossible afterwards, Nabiki simply took it in stride and continued on with her mercenary work, not realizing that she was escalating the problem. Now that she thought about it, the middle daughter saw that she didn't help matters much by her plans and money-making operations. Her sister would always come home fuming and shouting out about what a jerk Kuno was. And what did she do? Did she try to console her sister? No, she had simply let it go on because it was too profitable. She had put the value of the yen over her family to help her family. She had to shake her head at that conflicting conclusion. It was at that time that the rest of Ranma's words came back to haunt her, especially the words, "Even when you did see the damage you caused, you only saw it as more ways to exert your control." I don't do that! As soon as that thought was in her mind, she knew that she was in denial. Of course she did that. She was heavily into blackmail and extortion. Many of her schemes had uncovered secrets about other students, which she used to keep them in line. Many students would pay much to learn about the secrets of others, and on the other hand, many would pay for her not to reveal those bits of information. No wonder the boys avoided her, other than the fact they were all chasing Akan. Nabiki gazed at the blind boy in front of her and wondered just how could a sightless person like him be so insightful. With just a few words, Ranma had made her re-examine and question herself, something she had not done in a long time, because she was sure that she had been following the correct path. Ranma had a certain quality that Nabiki found both frightening, yet fascinating. He could not be lied to, and the strange abilities he possessed had rendered most of Nabiki's savvy and fancy twisting of words useless. And yet, it was that same quality that interested Nabiki so much about Ranma. Was it because she had met her match in a person who would not back down against her? Was it because he wouldn't bow down Akan? Or was it because of something more? Nabiki had already seen the look in Kasumi concerning Ranma, and it was clear to her that her older sister had fallen hard for him. Why else was Kasumi so insistent that she not hurt him when she told her about his blindness? And when Ranma seemed to become very cold against her later on, she could see the tears in Kasumi's eyes and how his hostility toward her tore at her heart. Later on that night, Nabiki had noticed that her older sibling had regained a bit of light in her face and assumed that Ranma must have forgiven her for her blunder. What kind of person is he to instill such intense feelings toward others? She had seen the reactions of the Amazons and other girls at school whenever Ranma was near. His music had caused the entire school to be moved, and his techniques in the unseen light never failed to amaze spectators. The fact that he was handsome, tall and well-formed was not lost on her, but he seemed to radiate a kind of inner beauty and empathy that made her feel sad whenever he felt sad. Whenever he smiled, she would feel good. And whenever he laughed, she would feel it was at that point that Nabuki realized something shocking. She could now understand why Kasumi had fallen for him. It was because she was also falling under his spell. Just being with him for this short amount of time and thinking about what he had said about her was making her understand why he disapproved of her recent actions. Without even trying, Ranma had stripped the emotional barriers that she had spent years in erecting, and made her question her true self. And she didn't like what she found. If always being in control and hurting others to maintain that control also meant being alone, then it wasn't worth it. With that in mind, Nabuki slowly nodded and said, "You're right, Ranma. You're absolutely right. I had no business in taking those pictures without asking for those girls' permission. Takes a deep swallow. Sorry. Ranma considered her words as he probed her feelings. Finding the results as satisfactory, he nodded and said, "Apology accepted. Now that we got that out of the way, I must return to train the others. We'll discuss arrangements to repay the use of the dojo at school tomorrow. All right." Nabuki replied as Ranma leapt out of her bedroom and headed back toward the dojo. As she watched his fine form enter the dojo, Nabuki let off a forlorn sigh. Ranma was indeed a special character, and she found that she was looking forward to getting to know him better. Whenever she was around him, she found that her normal life's queen routine did not work with him, and the only way she could feel comfortable is to let go of that iron grip control she had on her emotions. Though the prospect of losing control scared her, she had discovered that with Ranma, the prospect didn't seem all that bad. Since there was no other reason for her to be up and it was getting late in the evening, Nabuki went about preparing for bed. As she lay down to sleep, her last thoughts were about a certain sightless boy who had made her open her own eyes and truly see herself in a long time. She then realized that she was going to spend a lot of time with him, and she was looking very forward to it. She drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face. It wasn't the same grin of avarice that she usually carried, but one of serenity. In the dojo, the Amazons pushed themselves even harder as they trained for the upcoming battle. To be continued. Author's note: sorry that it took so long to get this one out, but I was having a bit of trouble of how to write Ranma's discussion with Nabuki. I thought this was an excellent opportunity to get in some insight on Nabuki's character and to show her that Ranma is far more perceptive than even she realized. I also apologize that this part of Chapter 10 was so short because I couldn't think of anything else to add to it. In the next chapter, Ranma begins tutoring the Amazons in a few techniques of the unseen light, and one of them will come as close as a sighted person could to gaining a seventh sense. The martial arts rhythmic gymnastics is about to get underway! Fighting blind disclaimer. I have an interdimensional knowledge and I'm not afraid to use it. Asterisk. Thoughts less than greater than. Chinese language. Chapter 11. The martial arts rhythmic gymnastics battle. They can watched with disdain as the Amazons and Ranma trained in the dojo, preparing for the upcoming match that was to take place tomorrow. For the last few days, Ranma had been putting the warrior girls through their paces, using himself as the target. She snorted in disgust at how they continued to dodge their strikes as they hurled clubs, hoops and lashed out with their ribbons. HMPF. How does he expect them to get any better if he doesn't let them practice on him? Akan thought as she watched Ranma move with incredible agility and speed, evading each projectile and attack by mere centimeters. The fact that he was blind made the feat seem even more amazing. Those girls don't stand a chance if all Ranma is going to do is dodge at their attacks. Akan thought as she continued to observe that the Amazons were still unable to land a hit on their instructor, though they were only missing by scant centimeters. By this time, Ranma was already reading the level of hostility and smugness coming from Akan as he continued to evade his sister Amazons. After enough for 10 minutes of training, Ranma gracefully landed in between lilac and perfume, catching the ends of their ribbons as both girls lashed forward with them. Each ribbon end was caught between his index and middle fingers. At the same time, Shampoo hurled a pair of clubs at her cousin's face, but Ranma simply deflected them by flipping a ball on the floor, with the tip of his foot. The clubs bounced off and went flying off to the sides. He then gave slight nod and the girls relaxed in their stances. Well done, girls. Your teamwork is coming along very well. Take a rest for a few minutes. Ranma said as he released the ends of their ribbons. The three girls nodded as they picked up towels to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. The last few days had been very grueling for them, as the unseen light fighter had put them through a series of training sessions that had been more intense than they had ever been through back in the village. The blind fighter would continually attack them, testing their reflexes and sixth senses. In class, Ranma would purposely throw something at their heads to catch them off guard, say an eraser or pencil. At lunch, he would try to sneak their food away, making them more aware of their environment. He would attack them in their beds at night, testing their dogger senses. As they worked at the dojo, the blind boy would challenge them to try to strike him, continually increasing the pace as they began to get closer to landing a blow. He had also been teaching them the hidden weapon style. Zeus had never taught anyone of his fighting style and shared the secret with no one. However, Ranma's senses had already discerned how the trick worked and wasn't above teaching the other Amazons. At this point, all three girls were not proficient at hiding their ribbons and a few clubs. Considering that they wore only skin-tight outfits and didn't leave any outlines of what they hid, that was a considerable achievement. He then turned to Akan and said, We'll be finished in about an hour. Then the dojo is all yours. Double quote, it's single quote, it's about time. Akan snorted. Not that you've been doing very much training all week. Double quote, lot single quote, is that supposed to mean? Ranma asked in an annoyed tone. Double quote, you single quote, Ray, not making them any better by just dodging, you know. Akane snorted. They won't stand a chance against Kodakai if all you do is avoid their attacks. Double quote, no. Ranma replied in a sarcastic tone. And I suppose they would benefit by going through the kind of training that you go through every day. Ranma had observed what Akane did to keep in shape, and it was nowhere near the caliber that even novice Amazon fighters underwent. Breaking targets that neither hit back nor dodge is hardly a fitting benchmark to one's skills. Double quote, what did you say? Akane said, as her tone became a bit colder. Ranma shrugged nonchalantly. Kodakai isn't like those bricks and training dummies. She's not going to stand still and just give you opportunities to her. There is a reason why I dodged Shampoo and the others. Right now, I am dodging at twice the speed that I estimate Kodakai is capable of doing. The fact that Shampoo and the others are coming close to striking me is proof that they will be able to match her. If we were to just practice with inanimate objects like you, then we would lose in no time. Martial arts rhythmic gymnastics is primarily based on agility, coordination, strategy, and speed. Striking power means very little if one is not able to hit a target. You are far too concerned with increasing the power of your blouse that you neglect all the other aspects of the battle. Then again, that's what I'd expect from an undisciplined amateur. Double quote, amateur. Akane said in a huff as she got ready to attack Ranma for that insult. At that moment, he chose to turn his back to her. Akane lunged with a straight punch to his head. However, in the next instant, she found herself flying through the air and landing hard on her face on the other side of the dojo. Ranma shook his head and sighed. He sensed that attack coming a mile away. He shook his head and called out to Akane. It also requires control, and it is very obvious that you are seriously lacking in that department. Her temper will be your undoing every time. Double quote, Akane angrily got to her feet to attack Ranma again, but she soon found herself being glared at by three very irritated Amazons. Lilac, Shampoo and Perfume all knew that Ranma could easily handle this uppity and ill-mannered girl, but they still took offense to her attacking their intended husband from behind. They were getting ready to pound Akane into the floor of the dojo when Ranma sensed the rise in hostilities and held up a hand. Double quote, there will be no fighting. Ranma turned back to Akane. As I said before, we shall be finished within an hour. Since this is our last night, we shall wrap up our training and leave. Afterwards, the dojo will be yours to use as you see fit. Until then, it would be best for everyone if you were to leave us alone. Double quote, bastard. Akane spat out. Why don't you just leave now? This dojo belongs to me and you had no right to be here! ! Ranma crossed his arms and addressed Akan in a patient, yet annoyed tone. As I recall, this dojo was offered to us for use by your sister Nebiki, in return for a few favors. I had held up my end of the bargain. It had nothing to do with you, and besides, you don't own this dojo. Your father does. As my legacy, my heritage. Akan said, her anger building. Then it is a dead legacy. Ranma said flatly. This dojo is nothing more than a dead weight to this family and you're better off without it. If Nebiki has to earn income to maintain a dojo that has no students, then it is not worth the effort. And if you're the best student that this school has to offer, then we have really nothing to be concerned about. How dare you! By referring the dojo as dead weight, Akan had seen it as an insult to both her family and her school. The Tendo School of Anything Goes Martial Arts is the finest in the world. I'll show you what a real martial artist can do. I challenge you! Ranma gave off a slight snort, then said, Challenge? You're no challenge at all. Neither are you a real martial artist. Akan lunged at Ranma, but again found herself flying through the air. This time, she went out the front door and landed on the back lawn. She got up and saw Ranma calmly closing the sliding door. Before it shut, he addressed her. Be done in an hour. The youngest Tendo daughter scowled, as she was about to stomp back into the dojo and pound that arrogant jerk into goo. That was when Nebiki came up. Forget it, Akan. He's way beyond you in terms of skill, power or anything to do with martial arts. Just you wait, I'll show him. Akan spat out as she stomped toward the house. Nebiki rolled her eyes and sighed. She called after her as she entered the house. Give it a rest. They're going to be gone after tonight and that will be that. The middle daughter of Sun Tendo felt a bit of sadness as he mentioned this. She was really going to miss having him around. True to Mai's word, Ranma had helped raise money for her family. He had used his extraordinary musical talents to set up small concerts. Then there was Thought Recording Studio that wanted to sign him up. He used his special senses to lead Nebiki in tough negotiations with other clients. Since he could tell when someone was hiding something or lying, Nebiki saved a bundle avoiding bad deals and getting money from people who had her. Of course, with Kuno constantly attacking Ranma, the betting pools also generated quite a tidy sum. But now, he was leaving and Nebiki still couldn't figure out how to make him stay. The blind boy had kept himself at arm's length and the Tendo daughter had not learned much more about him. He wasn't very cooperative whenever she asked him about his past. As Nebiki contemplated on how she could glean more information about Ranma, the eldest Tendo's sister also looked forlornly at the dojo from the kitchen window. Kasumi felt her heavy heart as she thought about Ranma leaving her home. probably never to return. In the few days that Ranma was here, Kasumi had experienced a sense of happiness and contentment that seemed to radiate from the unseeing martial artist. Ranma had long since forgiven her of her blunder, and Kasumi had tried her best to make amends and get closer to him. However, like Nebiki, she too could not make any headway with him. At the back of the dojo, Cologne finished with tying up Sun and Ranma. Over the last week, the pair had made no less than 50 attempts to force Ranma into marriage with Akan. Tonight's attempt was probably their most desperate. As soon as Ranma had entered the Tendo compound, Akan's father had gone into this demon head attack and saying, "You will marry Akan." But Vi's direct approach was totally ineffective. Though the demon head could cow an inexperienced person into submission, Ranma's lack of sight made the technique absolutely useless. Ranma had thought to use the diversion to sneak up from behind to knock Ranma out, but the unseen light fighter simply grabbed his father and body slammed him into Sun, knocking them both out. As she made certain that the two conspirators were secured for the night, the aged matriarch's senses began to pick up. A massive amount of ki being manipulated. She looked back to the dojo and nodded, recognizing the individual key sources. Ranma was now putting the girls through their final training lessons. Inside the dojo, each girl was wearing a blindfold. As her aura flared up, Ranma approached them and began stabbing at them with his staff. Using only their sixth senses and hearing, the Amazons swerved and dogged the strikes as they started to increase in speed and intensity. Use your sixth senses to feel danger. Let your other senses be your allies. Remember, your eyes are only for looking, not for seeing. The blind teenager instructed, as he helped his sister Amazons attain a new level of awareness. For the past week, not only had Ranma been training their physical skills, but also aided them in manipulating their ki to enhance their other senses, including their sense for danger. Given Kodakai's penchant for hiding unexpected surprises such as paralysis powder and poisons, having an early warning system would be a great asset. As the exercise began to pick up the pace, Ranma began deploying his hidden weapon techniques against them. Though their sixth senses could not detect the ki being used to make weapons emerge, they could not determine what kind of weapons he was using. Ranma wasn't expecting them to know, as they still had their sight and would never be able to detect objects as he could with his seventh sense. Ranma first made a trio of throwing daggers to appear and threw them at Shampoo. His cousin sensed the danger and swerved to the right. The daggers embedded themselves into the opposite wall. Ranma then threw a barrage of shurikens at Perfume. She also successfully evaded the danger. Then it was Lilac's turn as Ranma threw out a ribbon, hoping to ensnare her right leg. Since this was not going to hurt her like the blades and the throwing stars, Ranma expected her not to be able to detect the danger and instead react to the sounds that his movements made. That was when he suddenly sensed something strange being emitted from her as he lashed forward. Instead of swerving to the side to avoid it, the red-haired girl stomped down with her right foot, pinning down the ribbon firmly to the floor of dojo. Ranma was speechless. He began focusing his senses on her. The emission he had felt before was weak, almost below even his sensitivity. Try as he could, he couldn't sense it again. Later at the Nakeful and less than so. Are they ready for the tournament tomorrow? Greater than Cologne asked as the two sat at a table in the restaurant. The girls had all gone to bed early so that they could be well rested for tomorrow's tournament. Less than they are as ready as they will ever be. Greater than the blind fighter affirmed. Took a sip of his tea. Less than I do like to thank you Cologne for watching out for my father and his tricks. Greater than it was my pleasure. Greater than the 300-year-old Amazon replied. As she talked back to when they left the Tendo dojo, she couldn't believe just how pathetic Sun and his friend were. He had burst into tears and bullied about uniting the schools of the anything goes. At the same time, Ranma went on and on about how his son had no honor and such. That was when they tried to bumrush Ranma, but were stopped in their tracks. Literally. Cologne's as knowledge of pressure points was only equaled by Ranma's and Jasmine's. Less than Lot is wrong Ranma. Greater than Cologne noted that the only user of Fiend Seam Light was deep in thought. Less than as Lilac. Greater than Lot about her. Greater than Ranma paused for a long time before replying. Less than I detected something in her when I tested her sixth sense. She can sense danger as well as shampoo and perfume. But the way she reacted, I'm not sure, but I think she might have a seventh sense. Greater than the seventh sense. Greater than Cologne was quite surprised. She was one of the few elders in the village that was even aware of the legendary extra sense that could detect objects, rather than just the key of others. Koda had meant Iwa needed to her and she was under the impression that a sighted person could never fully realize it since they were too dependent on their eyes. Ranma nodded. Less than I felt it only for a very brief moment. Maybe I just imagined it. Both did feel the same as I did when I first learned of it. Greater than why this is wonderful. Wouldn't it be grand if she really did learn Tao's the seventh sense? Greater than though Cologne did want to have her great-granddaughter with the same potential. Still, it was incredible to think that the Amazons could harness this ability. Ranma shook his head. Less than let's s not be too hasty. I said I only felt it for an instant. It felt like Master Koga's seventh sense at its most basic and fundamental levels and it was extremely weak. It could have been just a fluke. Greater than Cologne nodded, as she didn't want to get too ahead of herself. It could have been a fluke, but if it wasn't, then the Amazons could be lifted to greater glories if they could develop Ranma's extraordinary abilities. In any case, her great-granddaughter and her friends would do well enough tomorrow. Seeing Ranma becoming accepted at Furinkan as well as Japanese society was also a reward in itself. On a boat heading toward Japan, Jasmine smiled as she and her three friends, Honey, Silk and Satin leaned on the railing. The healer was very anxious to meet up with her adopted son and see how he is doing. She had missed him terribly and couldn't wait to see him. Her 3 traveling companions were also eager to meet up with her son, but for more amorous reasons. They would arrive in Japan by tomorrow afternoon. In Japan, a certain woman was talking into a phone to a private detective. Yes, I understand, Mr. Saba. I know it's not much to go on, but I do wish to know the whereabouts of my son and husband. Ranma keeps on sending letters, saying that the training is going well, but he never gives me any details. I can't help but feel that something is wrong. The woman talked for a few minutes more before closing the deal and hanging up the phone. She then walked over to watch the sunset from her living room window and sighed. Ranma. The next day. Ranma and the Amazons woke early that morning and prepared for the match between Furinkan and Street Eberk's gymnastics teams. The 3 girls and Kalagni followed Ranma as he exited the restaurant to head towards St. Eberk. Each girl was carrying a duffel bag filled with their outfits, weapons and other equipment. They went around back to where Pepper was waiting for them with a minivan. The group put their luggage in the back and got into their seats. A moment later, they were on their way. A few blocks away, a certain master of hidden weapons was making his way toward the all-girls school where he had heard that Amazons were to be competing. Certain that his beloved Shampoo would be there, the near-blind Amazon named Moose made a beeline toward the school for what was sure to be a joyful reunion. Or so he thought. At the St. Eberk Gymnasium, students from both schools were filling up the bleachers as they waited for the tournament to begin. On the sidelines, Ebiki and her flunkies were busy taking bets on the outcomes of the matches and who would face off against Kodakai. The mercenary Tendo felt a lump in her throat as she glimpsed Ranma and the Amazons pass by the main area and head toward their dressing room. Sitting in the stands near battering, were Akan and 2 of her friends. Though the youngest Tendo daughter couldn't care less who won the tournament, she still wanted to see exactly what Ranma had taught the Amazons. Ranma and his team approached their dressing room and were about to go in when the blind boy's danger sense went off and his nose picked up something unusual. Hold it. Ranma spread his arms in front of the group, motioning them to stop. He cautiously opened the door and his senses locked onto an object that was lying on a table. Shampoo scooted to the side and looked over Ranma's shoulder. What is wrong? It's just a bouquet of flowers. Ranma shook his head. Though Shampoo and the others each had a heightened 6th sense, they could only detect immediate danger, such as an opponent attacking from behind. Ranma's 6th sense could also detect potential danger, such as hidden traps. He made a throwing spike appear and hurled it at the bouquet. As soon as it struck the flowers, a huge cloud of Nopsithusthums exploded from it as Ranma quickly shut the door. The 3 girls were shocked at what could have happened, had they gotten close to those flowers. Ranma inhaled and caught the faint scent of the fumes from behind the door. John. T worry. It smells like some kind of knockout gas or sleeping powder. It wasn't anything lethal, but I have a feeling that Kodakai planted its third. All three girls frowned and began thinking very dark thoughts about their opponent. She wasn't even willing to meet them on the battlefield and was already trying to knock them out of the running before the match even started. Ranma motioned for the girls to head toward a nearby restroom to change. Outside of the gymnasium, Muse trembled with anticipation, as he knew that shampoo was closed. Oh, how he longed to feel her in his arms again and express his love to his beautiful and proud warrior. It would make the long and hard journey to Japan worth it. Though he had been denied the chance to travel with Shampoo to study, Muse still decided to follow his beloved. Unfortunately, his nearsightedness made him prone to lose his way, and he had taken an unexpected trip through China before finally finding a boat to Japan. Now he was finally close to his love and nothing would stop him now! That was when the sprinklers on the lawn behind him turned on. Quack. Muse found himself buried beneath his own robes and hidden weapons as his Juzenkyo curse was activated. His thoughts turned dark as he mentally blamed Ranma for his predicament. Though he did enjoy being able to fly as a waterfowl, he had to avoid certain places where restaurants specialized in duck dishes. Several times he had almost been turned into someone else's meal. There were also duck hunters to watch out for. The curse was an inconvenience that he could do without. Oh look! A duck! He SQ'd! Before Muse knew it, he found himself picked up by a girl as several others crowded around him. It was then that a certain girl with her hair tied in an offside ponytail took him in her hands and smiled wickedly. I know just what to do with you. In the gymnasium, the crowds were getting impatient as they waited for the tournament to begin. In the stands, Nabiki was conversing with her flunkies on the overall betting pools. After learning from her mistakes on the last time she placed odds against anyone from the Joksuzoku, Nabiki had instead set up pools on who would face off against Kodakai in the final match. She had given even odds on shampoo, lilac and perfume. Though her lieutenants had suggested to taking pictures of the girls during the match, Nabiki shook her head and vetoed the idea, remembering back to her conversation with Ranma. If she wanted to get closer to him, she would have to respect his wishes for the moment. Of course she winced at every time she thought about the potential income she would have gotten with such photos. The boys in the audience, especially from that pervert Kuno, were eager to see those girls in their form-fitting leotards. The insane-induced was already in the front row, waving around bouquets of flowers and shouting out cheers of encouragement and love to his Amazon beauties. Of course, he also tried to hit on Akan, which she hit back with her fist. Nabiki was totally disgusted at his blatant fickleness. The audience became quiet as the announcer signaled the start of the tournament. Welcome to the martial arts rhythmic gymnastics tournament between Thurinken High and St. Hebert. Today promises to be an exciting event as the opposing teams will face off in a no-holds-barred fight. Unlike previous tournaments held here at St. Heberk, the challengers had not forfeited before the match, and the school's team now has a chance to compete alongside their team leader, Kodakai the Black Rose Kuno. This will be a battle that we won't soon forget! The crowds let off a thunderous cheer as the applause was deafening. When the calmed down, the announcer began introducing the challengers as the spotlight turned onto them making their way toward the center ring. Introducing, from Furenkanhai, all the way from China and substituting for the regular team. Lilac darted up and did a triple reverse somersault in a layout position, landing perfectly on one side of the ring. The boys gave out Wolf Whistly St. Owls as the silver and gold leotard she wore with matching leg warmers seconded her slim figure. The design rode high on her hips, bearing her slender legs and made them seem even longer. She gracefully twirled a pair of clubs in one hand and waved with the other. Her red hair was bound in a long braid with a gold ribbon, and she also wore a matching headband. Lilac. The announcer introduced Shampoo was next as she also leapt to the ring in a lazy, half-pipe twist with a double reverse spin. Landing on Lilac's right, she took out a ribbon and twirled it gracefully around her. The boys in the crowds became spellbound at her pink and white leotard that had the yin/yang symbol embroidered in fine silk thread above her left breast. Like Lilac's, her clothes were very form-fitting and seemed as if it was painted on. The wolf whistles and howls became louder. Shampoo. Perfume made her entrance with a one-handed handspring and a quadruple somersault. She made a hoop appear out of nowhere and lazily spun it around her right wrist and held it above her after landing on the other side of Lilac. She was wearing a light blue leotard with black highlights. To designate the outfit revealed quite a bit of cleavage and made several oft male spectators faint from massive nosebleeds. And perfume of the Chinese Amazons, the announcer said, then paused as he was handed an additional sheet of paper. Also, I would like to introduce their coach and fellow Amazon, Ranma Sodom! Now it was the girls who got an eyeful as Ranma suddenly leapt up high and did a quintuple somersault to land perfectly in front of his team. Bringing out his staff, he twirled it around in graceful motions, making it seem like a ballet rather than a fighting kata. The girls got one look at the handsome boy and his lean, muscular body and caused a roaring cheer that threatened to bring the roof down. Ranma wore a simple white t-shirt that showed off his well-developed physique and black pants. Ooh! Ah! Sweet! I single quote am in love! Several girls started hearing the phrase "buns of steel" in their heads for no apparent reason. The crowd went on for a few minutes more, until the referee rang the bell signaling that the opposing team was about to enter. And now, here comes Street Heberk's own gymnastics team. Their leader is none other than the undefeated champion of martial arts Ranma gymnastics, Kodakai the Black Rose Kuno exclamation point double quote. The girls of St. Hebert were dressed in simple, yet functional navy blue leotards and each took a position at the other side of the ring. They counted 9 in all. Trumpets began to sound as the spotlight swiveled upwards to a figure descending toward the ring on a swing. The Furinka team groaned as they saw who was perched on that swing. Kodakai Kuma was not dressed as her teammates. Her outfit was hardly practical for gymnastics as she wore an elaborate wedding dress, complete with ruffles, lace and veil. Fireworks were going off to herald her arrival as she continued to descend. That was when the Furinkan team suddenly sensed danger as one of the fireworks came shooting toward the girls. They all reacted to their sixth senses and dodged the blast as the rocket slammed into the mat. When the smoke cleared, Kodakai lightly dismounted from her swing and took an innocent look. "Oh my! However did that bomb get there?" Double quote. The 3 Amazon girls were giving her scowls while Ranma gave her a frown. He did not find it at all amusing. Double quote. "Well folks, it seems that Kodakai is in fine spirits today as always. And isn't she wearing beautiful outfit?" the announcer commented as Kodakai gave Ranma a lustful look. Her mind was full of fantasies of what she would do with him after she had dispatched those crude arrogants that stood behind him. She just wanted to skip the wedding and go straight for the honeymoon. The vibes that Ranma received from her started to give him the willies. In the stands, Kuma was deep in thought. Less than if Kodakai wins, then Ranma Sodom becomes my stepbrother. Then again that would mean that the beautiful Lakan and the 3 Amazons would become mean by default. Greater than with that in mind, he cried out to his sibling, "Smithine, my sister. For the first time in my life, I cheer for you!" Double quote. The referee signaled the gymnasts to go to their respective sides. Since Furinkan only had 3 members, while St. Hebert had more than 20, the tournament was to be a series of one-on-one elimination matches. 9 members of St. Hebert's team would bat against the Amazons, and whoever was still standing would face off against Kodakai Kuno. If all 3 Amazons made it past their opponents, then each would have a chance. He had Kodakai. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match as Shampoo was first up. She faced off against a girl with long black hair and armed with a rubber ball. Shampoo focused her mind at the task at hand as she held up 2 clubs. Double quote. And now, the first match of the day as Shampoo of Furinkan faces off against Miyami Akaji of St. Hebert. The announcer said as she began her play-by-play. Miyami wasted no time as she charged at her opponent by throwing up her ball, leaping up after it and spiking it down towards Shampoo. Double quote. Akaji starts off with a viscous spike toward challenger Shampoo. Double quote. Shampoo executed a fancy backflip to avoid the ball, which was a Good thing is the sphere exploded with tremendous force when it hit the mad top double quote Challenger. Shampoo evades the bomb ball with a backflip and moves away to jet some fighting room exclamation point double quote. The purple-haired Amazon flipped back again and rebounded off the ropes to propel herself toward her antagonist. As she descended from her lead, Miyami touched down. Shampoo landed in front of her in a diving roll, then went into a forward handspring. She went over her toe, did a half somersault, and brought both of her clubs down on Miyami's head. Wham! Exclamation point. Miyami went down like a sack of potatoes. Double quote. An impressive move by Challenger Shampoo as she displays speed, coordination and timing in knocking out her opponent. The first round goes to Furinkin! Exclamation point. Double quote. Shampoo waved fondly to her cousin as the referee held up her other arm. In the sidelines, Kodakai's eyes narrowed as she looked at Shampoo and the others. HMM. This may not be as easy as I thought it would be. Those Haridans may possess some considerable skills. However, that won't be able to defeat me. Just wait until I unleash the few surprises that I have in store for them. Ranma will be mine. To be continued. Who will face off against Kodakai in the final match? How will the Amazons be able to handle her? Find out next time in part 2 of the martial arts rhythmic gymnastics battle! Exclamation point. Fighting blind disclaimer. Help! I've started writing and I can't stop! Exclamation point. Asterisk. Thoughts less than, greater than. Chinese language chapter 11 part 2 and the winner is ... Kasumi hummed to herself as she dusted the top of the dresser drawer of the guest room where Ranma's father was staying at the Tendo home. Though she had developed a bit of disgust for the greedy friend of her father's, due to her conversation with his son, she still had to maintain the proper manners toward any guest in her home. She still could not believe that the Tendo patriarch, despite the things that Janma had done to Ranma, held such a man in high regard. Soon would go on and on about how his dear old friend had stuck by him through thick and thin during the training scions with the Dread Master. They would also go on about how the honor of the families and the future of the anything goes would be assured after he had gotten Ranma to marry Akanda. Honor. Now there's the irony! Exclamation point. Kasumi had already confirmed for herself that Janma had about as much honor as a tree stump, in other words, none at all. After mentioning in a subtle way about the Daikaku clan, she could see it in his behavior that what Ranma had told her was the truth. How cold any man have sold his only child for a fish, rice and pickles? Then the eldest daughter recalled everything else that Ranma had told her father at the coffee shop and shook her head in utter disbelief. As she thought, Janma had long since invalidated the promise he made to her family when he started using his son as a bargaining chip. It was apparent that he was only using his so-called vow of honor too soon to take advantage of him. Ever since he came here, that panda had eaten 5 times more food in a week than the entire Tendo family could eat in a month. He didn't lift a finger to help in the chores and just added to the messes that Kasumi had to clean up. He played on Soon's gullibility, and because of that, Kasumi's father was blind to the truth that Ranma was nothing more than a freeloading glutton that was already putting a strain on the family savings. Soon had not taught any students in years, and the only one housed the dojo on a regular basis was Akanda. Nebiki had been the one to earn income for the family to survive on, but even her somewhat questionable business practices couldn't last forever. Recently, she had gotten large sums of money for the tenbos. During the time that Ranma had come to train his sister Amazons for the gymnastics tournament, which they were now competing in at this very moment. The eldest Tendo daughter wished she could attend the sporting event, but her daily household duties left her little time for her to go out for anything other than shopping. Kasumi had suspected that Ranma had something to do with this much-needed boost to the family savings. She smiled when she last spoke to the sightless, but very handsome and mature for his age fighter from China. She remembered how happy she was when he accepted her apology for telling Akane about his condition. Having Ranma angry with her was something that she wanted to avoid at all times. She raised a hand and ran her fingertips across her face, remembering back to when Ranma touched her to see her dots. She then thought back to when he said that her looks matched the beauty of her soul. Her cheeks reddened at the compliment. No one had ever said something like that to her, but Ranma was quite open with his opinions and wasn't afraid to speak his mind. Of course, he wasn't afraid to speak out his opinions about Akan being a spoiled brat either. Kasumi found herself lost in her thoughts about him and knew that she just had to win back his trust and respect. He was everything that a girl could want. He was strong, handsome, yet gentle and so. Kasumi couldn't put it into words, but just thinking about him made her feel so warm and cuddly inside. The problem was how to go about doing it. Though Ranma had forgiven her, he was still very distrustful of the tenbos, and Kasumi couldn't blame him. After all, her father and Ranma had already attempted to kidnap him twice. Not to mention that fact that Akan had blurted out about his blindness to the school. Just what were you thinking, Akan? Didn't you realize that Ranma was very sensitive about his condition? Why else did he not tell anyone about it? Kasumi sighed as she realized that she had no business in telling Akan or Nabiki about it in the first place. Ranma would always remember that. The eldest daughter sighed again as she continued with her dusting. It was at that moment that she noticed that the top drawer was slightly ajar. She caught sight of a brown book cover with a title written in Mandarin. Her curiosity was piqued, as she did understand a bit of the language from her days in high school. The Book of Amazon Tribal Law, Kasumi read out loud. Though she knew that it was none of her business, she had to know what it was. So she opened the drawer and took out the book. It was relatively thin, about 30 pages or so, but was well worn and had some dark stains on it. She began leafing through the pages and saw that most of it was dark and bit brown splotches, making the writing on them nearly illegible. She only read bits and pieces of the text, but then came to the page that was marked and a section was circled. Her hands trembled as she read the Japanese translation of the law that was written above double quote in the event that a male member of the tribe is defeated by an outsider female double quote it's treaty double quote incredible. Fans, we had just witnessed challenger Lilac use her ribbon to hurl her opponent out of the ring. The announcer exclaimed as the referee held up the Amazon's arm up in triumph. Ranma and the other members of Furankin High's gymnastics team cheered, as they became ever closer to winning the tournament. So far, each of the girls had soundly trounced two of their three opponents before going up against Kodakai in the finals. Shampoo had won her matches by knocking out one of her adversaries with her clubs, then used a hoop to body slam the offer to the mat. Perfume had spiked her ball into the face of her first set. Since she hit with the force of a sledgehammer, the sphere went shooting off like a cannonball, ending with a KO for Ranma's team. Her second opponent she dispatched with a pair of battle staves that shot product out of thin air. Fortunately, after reading the rules to Ranma gymnastics battle tactics, the use of such weapons was legal. Perfume's opponent was struck several times in the legs as the live Amazon danced around her in pirouettes and graceful escapes. The poor girl from Street Eber winced as her legs buckled beneath her, causing her to fall flat on her face. Lilac was by far the most dazzling when it came to acrobatics, being the most agile of her generation, next to her coach, Ranma. With a series of leaps, flips and mid-air twirls, her ribbon was like a bullwhip, and lashed out in deadly strikes with each turn. Lilac then went into a tight spin, and focused her key into her ribbon double quote whiplash revolution. Lilac's first opponent had her own ribbon sliced too. Well, Ribbon's infinite had to forfeit when her skimpy costume was slashed to pieces. The girl became flushed red with embarrassment, screamed, used her arms to cover herself up as best she could and ran out of the ring in only her panties. Wolf whistles and hoots were heard in the crowds from the boys as they watched the girl rush away. Amazingly, Lilac had struck close enough only to slice her opponent's sleeve teared apart, leaving the skin untouched. As her opponent retreated, Lilac stopped spinning and smiled. As she watched her adversary streak away, so to speak, she turned to her coach and made a series of graceful motions and then struck a sensuous pose. Though Ranma couldn't see it, Lilac knew that he could sense the emotions being emanated from her as she whispered to him in a sexy voice, less than double quote call me queen exclamation point double quote greater than. She said it in Chinese in a low voice that only he could hear. Ranma swallowed hard and felt the heat in his cheeks rise. Lilac then turned to face off against her second opponent, and after a minute, caused her to fly out of the ring after wrapping her up her feet and put her into an airplane spin. On the other side, the Black Rose frowned as she saw Lilac leap down from the ring to give her beloved Ranma hug. Asterisk you. How dare that Chinese hussy even think to embrace my Ranma-sama? He's mine! Asterisk Kodakai Kuno glared at the audience after noticing that many of the female spectators are also checking out the male Amazon with vivid interest. She turned her attention back to the three beauties from China as they crowded around their coach to plan for the semi-finals. HMM. This is going to be harder than I thought. It seems that those foreigners have considerable skills and do not seem to be the least bit winded. Though I could easily take them out myself, I would prefer to face only one of them, instead of all three. The insane sister Tatewaki motioned to the three girls who were going to face off against Shampoo, Lilac and Perfume in the semi-finals. She then began to whisper to them. But Captain. One of the girls began after Kodakai had finished explaining her strategy. The Black Rose gave the girl a glare that brooked no argument. On the sidelines, Tatewaki Kuno was transfixed at the sight of his beloved Amazons in action and was in his own fantasy land of images of Shampoo, Lilac and Perfume showering him with kisses and such. His lovesick gaze Ethan fell on Akan, who was sitting nearby, and began adding her image to the ones in his head. My warrior maidens. How I long for the day that you overcome your shyness for your love for me. I swear that you shall free of the black sorcery which the blind demon Sodom has enslaved you with. I, the great Tatewaki Kuno, the blue thunder of Furinkan High shall smite him with the Evan's righteous blade! Sitting near Akan, Nabiki winced after seeing Lilac take a sexy pose in front of Ranma. She could have snapped a photo that Kuno would have shelled out at least 200,000 yen for. There were other moments in the tournament that would have also netted huge profits. The way Shampoo's cleavage was on as her bust jiggled during her high jumps. Perfume's leotard rode up a bit more in the rear, whenever she did the splits. Lilac's legs seemed impossibly long and slender in her high-cut outfit. However, Ranma had made Nabiki swear an oath on the day before the tournament. With great reluctance, she had sworn not to bring her camera or have her flunkies to take any photos of the girls during the competition due so to perverts, especially to Kuno. Ranma had already helped her with several business transactions during the week and she had made quite a hefty sum. Nabiki had planned to have her flunkies take the shots during the match from secret hiding places and using telephoto lenses, but then found out that Ranma knew her far better than she thought and that his abilities made it virtually impossible to deceive him. Flashback. Alright. I promise that I won't take any pictures of Shampoo, Perfume or Lilac during the match. Nabiki replied after getting a stern look from the blind Amazon. In her head, she was thinking that it wasn't a big deal. She had promised not to take any pictures. She had not promised not to let anyone else take pictures. It was at that time that Ranma surprised her. And that includes your associates as well. Ranma added as his content would to give Nabiki a stern look. Nabiki eyes widened. What is he? Psychic ? Huh? What do you talking gay about? Ranma S bra fraud. I mean, no pictures at all, besides what might be printed in the school newspaper. I mean it, Nebiki. I didn't stop you from taking pictures of the girls in dojo, just so you could make the sama mistakes during the match and sell them to hormonally crazed idiots like Kuno. I will know if you break your promise to me. You've made more than enough money during the last few days. I warn you not to be greedy. It's not worth it. Nebiki thought to maintain her ice queen facade, but found it extremely difficult under the sightless glare the unseen light fighter was giving her. Finally, after a long minute of silence, she swallowed her pride and said, "All right. You had my word. No pictures." Ranma used his enhanced senses to gauge Nebiki's sincerity and found it satisfactory. He then added, "Oh, and I think it would be in your best interests that you do not involve my cousin or her friends in any of your future money-making schemes unless you ask them. As I have told you before, they don't like being manipulated and they will take very serious action against you. Trust me. The last thing you want is an angry Amazon after I do. I see." Nebiki nodded. After seeing how quickly they took to martial arts, rhythmic gymnastics and several demonstrations of their power and skills, which by far outstripped her violent maniac of a sister Rakhans, Nebiki knew that Ranma was right in stopping her that first night in the dojo. The money she would have made from those photos wouldn't have covered the cost of her hospital stay. That is, if she survived the beating. Shampoo and her friends were quite capable of dishing out massive bodily injuries, and Nebiki wasn't a martial artist. She doubted that she could have found someone to protect her from them. Ranma noted her slight fear and knew that she understood what he was saying. He then gave her a small smile, which made Nebiki's heart skip a bit. "You're a very intelligent girl, Nebiki Tendo. With brains like ours, you can go very far. Just remember to think about the consequences of your actions or they will come back to haunt you." End of flashback. Nebiki looked over to where Ranma and the Amazons were gathered, as these semi-finals of the tournament were about to begin. Meanwhile, at Pepper's place, the owner of the restaurant had returned to reopen her establishment. She had wanted to stay to watch the rest of the tournament, but had to come back to take inventory and order supplies. Though she was confident that Lilac and the others would do well in the competition, and Cologne had assured her that she would keep an eye on things. As Pepper entered the building, she was surprised to see four familiar faces waiting for her as she walked in. Jasmine, Honey, Silk, Satin. When did you get in? Greater than Ranma S Amazon mother smiled as she warmly embraced her friend. "Hello, Pepper. It is good to see you again." Pepper returned the hug and invited the Amazons to sit with her at a nearby booth. She then told the waitress to bring her guests a pot of green tea. As they got comfortable, Jasmine began asking about her son, Ranma, and when he would return at the Tendo home. Kasumi had been quiet for the last hour, doing nothing but stare at the book she held in her hands. Sun and Janma had left some time ago, saying he had some personal business to attend to. For once, since her mother had died, Akan's older sister was being idle and was not concerned with completing the household chores. So that's it. That's why Father and Mr. Sodom are so eager to get Akan married with Ranma. It's because they think Akan is the only one who can defeat Ranma. I suppose it makes sense. Akan is the martial artist of family and Nebiki, and I wouldn't stand a chance against someone from Moscow's. But Kasumi found herself disliking the idea of Ranma marrying someone else, and even less when she thought about him getting engaged to Akan. Akan had already proven that she was absolutely unsuitable, and Nebiki, though she was clever, was also not right for someone as kind and gentle as Ranma. So that only left ... But what can I do against him? I haven't practiced our family's art since I was 11. There is no way I could beat them as young Wushu or Shiatsu, let alone me that unseen light of his. How can I ... Kasumi was surprised at herself. Here she was, thinking of a way to get herself engaged to Ranma. Where did this come up from? Wasn't he too young for her? She preferred older men who were mature and refined. But wasn't Ranma mature and thoughtful for his age? He was tall, handsome, and very well formed. And though he came from a more primitive society, didn't he show the proper manners. Also, he was the first man to have ever complimented her and thought her beautiful, despite his inability to see. He was even impressed by the way she had deduced that he was without sight. And it had hurt her greatly when he became angry with her, but he had every right to be. Since she had blundered and told Akan and Nebiki of the secret, her heart had leapt for joy when he had forgiven her and gave her the opportunity to make amends. Then her feelings went out to him even more as she thought about how much he had suffered from both his father and from those who did not understand him, or refused to do so. People like her violent maniac of a sister. Kasumi pondered it over some more as she attempted to rationalize why she was feeling this way about the blind boy of the joked Suzuki. At first she thought it was a matter of honor, that the Sodom lines must be joined with the Tendos, as it had been arranged by her father and Janma. But didn't Mr. Sodom invalidate his promise when he began engaging Ranma Toto's other girls? In that case, it meant nothing, and technically speaking, neither herself nor her sisters were obligated to fulfill the pact. Then she thought that it was just the motherly instinct within her when she discovered that he was blind. However, she already witnessed that Ranma was more than capable of taking care of himself. Perhaps it was out of pity, but she had learned the hard way that Ranma neither wanted nor served anyone's pity. The fact that he could cope with his blindness without any seeming difficulties made her admire him all the more. It was very unnerving the way he could detect the inner feelings and thoughts of others, but at the same time it was also exciting. She knew that his ability allowed for no pretense, and she felt very comfortably around someone who could understand her and make her feel warm inside. His sensitive side was just as appealing as his strong will and determined spirit. He was both the proud and powerful warrior, yet also the quiet poet, healer and musician. When she had heard the recordings that Nabiki had made of Ranma's flute, her heart melted like warm butter at the melodies he played. His fluid grace of movement and creativity made him an artist in both peace and combat. Kasumi then came to a shocking conclusion. There was only one real reason why she was so interested in Ranma. She had fallen in love with him. That one statement left her trembling and initially denying it, but then she came to realize that it was true. Unlike Dr. Tofu, who couldn't even stay sane for 1 minute when she was around, Ranma was open and had no problems with expressing both his ideals and opinions. Though to others Kasumi seemed oblivious to the gibbering antics of Tofuono, Sun's first child was quite aware of what was going on around her. She had thought that Tofu would get over his habitual silliness whenever she was around. But as time passed, she had realized that he would never be able to change. She had been interested initially with Tofu, but was too shy to make any movies, and he could never say anything coherent to her. Her interest began to wane. Finally, she decided that they just were not meant to be. She had resigned herself to becoming an old maid, but then felt something when she met with Ranma in that coffee shop. Now new hope began to appear as Kasumi found herself drawn toward the sightless warrior. She nodded to herself. Yes, she had fallen for him. His innate charm and inner strength had attracted her to him like iron filings to a magnet. She could understand why those Amazons were so protective of him. If she were in their shoes, she would not let any other female near him. But now that she knew the reason behind her wanting to be engaged to him, the Sama problem still remained. How was she going to get him? She then reread the kiss of marriage law and thought to herself. HMM. The law doesn't specifically state that he has to be beaten in physical combat, just have to be defeated. She started to contemplate how to go about doing it. She then added to her thoughts a side note. After I get him, I'm going to throw that useless father of his out of the house. Ranma has suffered enough, and I shall not keep feeding that leech in our home! Back at Street Ebert. Foul. Ranma cried out as Perfume and her opponent fell to the mat. During the semi-finals, Kodakai had instructed her team to try and knock the competition out of the running by any means possible. When Perfume faced off against her third opponent, the gymnast resorted to an underhand trick and had palmed a set of brass knuckles before entering the ring. She tried a roundhouse punch to Perfume's face, but her adversary saw the flash of metal and ducked the swing. She countered with a shot to the girl's ribs with a club, but was so intent on her opponent that she failed to notice what was happening behind her. Another member of the Street Ebert team poured a bit of oil onto the mat and then signaled to their teammate. The girl who was fighting Perfume nodded and then started swinging at Perfume, forcing her back toward the puddle of oil. Perfume's enhanced danger sense went off as she stepped back and felt something oily on her foot. She then twisted violently to avoid slipping up, but got lost when her adversary lashed out with a sweep of a leg. Perfume winced as she felt pain shoot up her leg, but she managed to get back to her feet. Stefan used her club to drive it into the other girl's gut and used it to push her toward the oily spot. The girl lost her footing and in that instant, Perfume charged and swung both clubs at her head. Wham! Exclamation point with no traction. The girl was sent sailing over the ropes and out of the ring. That was when the judges raised their red flags as Ranma bounded into the ring to check on Perfume, who was kneeling and clutching her injured leg. Sashiyuko is disqualified for an illegal foot sweep without using a tool! Ranma shook his head as he examined Perfume's ankle. She had suffered a sprain and it had twisted the joint a little. Though she had won the match by knocking her opponent out of the ring, despite the foul committed by her opponent, Perfume was now out of the competition. The young healer applied severe anesthetic pressure points to the leg and set the foot back into proper alignment. He then began making his medicinal supplies appear and in 30 seconds, he had her leg expertly bound up and carrying her on his arms. Despite having her on his arms, he easily hopped out of the ring and only very bad cheater. Perfume will take it easy, Perfume. It's okay. Ranma said in a soothing voice as Zhongli set her down on the bench. You did good. Now it's time for you to rest. He then turned to Cologne. Please make sure Perfume keeps off that foot for a while. The elder nodded as she brought out a small cushion to support Perfume's injured leg. Over on the other side, Kodakai gave the remaining members of the Fury Kanhai team a smug look. *1 down. To the go! She then licked her lips as he gazed on the prize of this competition. Ranma frowned as he picked up the amorous emotions he was getting from Kuno's twisted sister. He shivered a bit at the intensity of those emotions, but pushed them aside as Champa stepped into the ring. Ranma's single-quotes adopted cousin took a pose and then decided to fight with her normal weapons. Since Street Ibuki was now resorting to dirty tricks and more dangerous tools, Champa felt that she was also allowed to do so. She held up her arms and with a flick of her hands, made the regular clubs disappear, to be replaced by the more massive bonburi that she favored. The gymnast she was facing off gasped and stared at the war clubs. She looked down at the flimsy ribbons she had in her hands and called out to their judges. Hey! She's not using the right clubs. Those aren't regulation on duels! Ranma then countered by holding up the rule book. Those Bonbury basically clubs, and as long as she doesn't hit with her hands or feet, she single quote s not breaking any rules. Double quote. The judges looked at each other and then shrugged. They allowed for a thought-fast girl and her brass knuckles. They all raised the white flag and the head judge said, "Use of Bonbury is legal." Double quote. Eep. That was all the St. Hebert gymnast could say before Shampoo started swinging. Cologne beamed with pride as she watched her great-granddaughter handle those massive war clubs as easily as if she still had those regular clubs. In a dozen swings, the poor gymnast lost foot back toward the edge of the ring as she frantically dodged. Shampoo was purposely missing and holding back, as she knew that hitting with full strength would have pulverized the girl's skull. As of now, she was off balance and it would only take a moderate nudge with Shampoo's weapons to force her out of the ring. That was when Kodakai made a hand signal to any of the members of the St. Hebert team who was closest to her comrade. The girl then called out and tossed a large rubber ball into the ring. Shampoo single quote as opponent saw it and slapped it toward the purple-haired girl. The Amazon swung one of her clubs to deflect it, but as soon as it made contact, it exploded into a cloud of black rose petals. Clank! Exclamation point. Shampoo felt something encircling her right wrist and looked down to see it encased in a steel manacle with a chain attached. And attached to the chain was double quote quack! Exclamation point. Double quote. Shampoo single quote s eyes widened as she recognized the oversized glasses that the waterfowl was wearing. Double quote AIYH. Moose question mark! Exclamation point. Double quote Moose. Ranma sensed his childhood rival's presence in the ring and wondered what the heck he was doing here. Cologne and the other Amazons were just as shocked to see the cursed master lock's hidden weapons in Japan. Double quote. Ho 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 ho. How very careless of you, Kodakai remarked as she watched Shampoo struggle to get free of her unwanted sweeter, continually beating Moose down every time he tried to fly up to embrace her. Shampoo single quote as opponent took this momentary distraction to attack her with Virabon. Ranma's cousin swerved to evade it, then decided that while Moose was here, he might as well be full. She dropped the club in her right hand, swung the chain at her opponent and beamed her on the head with the duck. Double quote incredible, the announcer exclaimed. Despite being chained to a duck, challenger Shampoo is turning this handicap to her advantage. How very fortunate that ducks are legal as tools! Exclamation point. Double quote. Shampoo single quote s adversary reeled from the blow and was stumbling toward the edge of the ring. As the great-granddaughter of Cologne charged in to finish her off, Moose decided to interfere. During the time he had been stuffed into tag ball, he had overheard Kodakai and how Ranma would be forced to go out with her if the Amazons lost the competition. Moose had decided to do everything in his power to make certain that Shampoo and the others lost, despite the fact that it pained him. Oh my darling Shampoo, please forgive me! Exclamation point. As Shampoo closed in with her remaining Bonbury raised to shove the girl out of the ring, Moose then flew down and wrapped the chain around her ankles. Shampoo was thrown off balance and stumbled forward, plowing into her opponent as she hit her with her weapon. Both girls and Duck tumbled out of the ring. As they landed, they slammed into the girl that was scheduled to face off against Lilac, knocking her out! Unbelievable. The announcer gasped. Due to a sudden mishap, both girls tumbled out of the ring and are therefore out of the tournament. And it seems that the girl who was supposed to face off against Challenger Lilac will not be able to compete. Challenger Lilac has won her third match before fit and will be facing off against champion Kodakai, the Black Rose Kuno. What an exciting tournament this has been! On the sidelines, Shampoo was stomping on a duck for causing her to lose if he matched. Stomp, 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 stomp! Stupid, 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 stupid Moose. Moose was almost flattened into duck paste when Cologne waved her prodigy off, picked up the battered waterfowl and brought him up to eye level. You will have a lot of explaining to do when this is all over. Moose. Moose was barely conscious to hear Cologne's words and was out like a light. A second later, Ranma took the opportunity to free his cousin's wrist from the manacle with the advanced breaking point, causing it to crumble into powder. There was 5-minute intermission as the ring was being cleared for a final match. In the crowds, Nebiki and her cronies were currently taking bets on the outcome of the final match. Akan was watching the Amazons with a bit of disdain and jealousy. During the entire tournament, the warrior girls had displayed several forms of grace and agility, combined with impressive hitting power, far beyond anything that Akan could have achieved in a short time. Ranma had trained them well. She then gave off a muff when she looked over and saw those Amazons fawning over that jerk Ranma. She was still resentful that Ranma had turned down her request to join the team and called her an amateur. She silently hoped that Kodaka would win and Ranma would be forced to go out with her. Seeing him miserable would make up for all those times he humiliated her and called her a brat. 5 minutes later. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the final match between Challenger Lilac of Furankenhai and champion Kodakai the Black Rose Kuno! Well, Lilac, this is it, Ranma said as he and the other Amazons crowded around her. I know that you'll do us all proud. He then turned to Perfume and Shampoo. You've all done well and I'm glad that I was the one who trained you. We glad you trained us too, Lilac said as she leaned forward and gave him a kiss on his cheek. You best trainer we asked for, Perfume said as she reached up from the bench and pulled Ranma down to plant a kiss on his other cheek. We couldn't have asked for a better instructor, Shampoo added as she hugged her cousin and kissed him as well. Cologne nodded as she said, Ranma, you have proven yourself as a good trainer for getting the girls this far. I knew that you could do the job. She then addressed Lilac. Now go, Lilac, and bring victory to all of us. Yes, Elder colon exclamation point double quote. Lilac gave a curt bow and then somersaulted into the ring. She took out her ribbon and began making graceful twirls with a double quote. It seems that the challenger is ready to go, the announcer proclaimed as the crowds cheered her on. And now here comes the champion exclamation point double quote. Kodakai also entered the ring with a graceful flip. She was dressed in a black leotard with a rose imprinted on her left side in silver thread. She took out a pair of clubs and faced off against her opponent. She smirked as he gave off a light laugh. So, we meet again, Lilac of the Amazons. I do hope that you'll put up a good fight this time. She said the last part with sarcasm. Double quote. What you talking about? You attacked Lilac in her own bedroom. Lilac rolled as she tensed up and readied herself for the attack. Double quote. I don't know what you're talking about, Kodakai said with mock innocence. Double quote. I merely believe in fighting fair. Before the tournament, of course. Double quote. Stop stupid talking and fight. Lilac lashed out with her ribbon. Kodakai easily dodged the strike and shrugged. Very well. I prefer to get fights over with as quickly as possible so that I may be reunited with my true love, Ranma Sodom. Kodakai then struck out with her club's oddly lax head. Double quote. Not yours. Lilac retorted as she blocked the strike by making a club appear in her free hand. She then made a twirling motion with her ribbon and focused her ki into it. Snapping her weapon like a whip, she struck low and snapped the ribbon at Kodakai's feet. The Black Rose had to use some funky footwork to evade the ribbon, which struck out like a cobra. Double quote. Oh. And what would my darling Ranma see in a lowborn, barbaric Aussie such as you? Kodakai teased as she flipped toward her opponent and struck out with a club. As she thrust forward, she triggered a hidden switch and spikes popped out from the front of the club. Lilac managed to tilt her head enough to avoid being cut on those twantons. Ranma frowned as he picked up the faint odor of some sedative coating for spikes. He wanted to shout out that Kodakai was committing a foul, but she was using legal tools. He shook his head. After reading the rules on this sport, they should have called this anything goes rhythmic gymnastics. Watch those spikes, Lilac. They're drugged. Ranma called out. Lilac barely acknowledged as she parried the spiked club with her own. Stefan hopped back a few meters to get more elbow room. Kodakai smirked as he called for a hoop from the sidelines. One of her teammates tossed it to her. She caught it on her arm, spun it around a few times before launching it at her opponent. Lilac held up her club to block, but Ranma sensed that there was more to tag hoop than what it seemed. Double quote. John single quote. T catch it exclamation point double quote. Lilac single quote. S danger sense went off as the hoop streaked toward her. She ducked as the projectile passed over her. Her club was still held up as she heard a slicing sound. When she looked up, she saw that the head of her club had been sliced off and was now lying in front of her on the mat. Double quote. And there you have it, folks, the announcer declared. Kodakai Kuno's Tridam Art Razor Hoop exclamation point double quote ho 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 ho. Kodakai laughed as she sneered at Lilac. Now do you understand the folly of challenging one as great as I? How can you, a rum commander, hope to defeat one such as myself? Much less consider yourself worthy of my darling Ranma. You wicked, wicked girl exclamation point double quote stop stupid talking. Lilac retorted as she leapt high and lashed out with a key-powered ribbon strike. Ribbon cutter exclamation point double quote. Kodakai was caught off guard as the ribbon actually cut into the mat like a foot knife going through butter. She rolled to the right as the ribbon slicked toward her and shredded the area where she was a moment ago. The Black Rose retaliated by producing one of her bomb balls, which exploded in front of her opponent and then brought out a pair of clubs. Lilac bagged Toadie for safety and rolled to her right. She dropped her ribbon in favor for her clubs. It seems that a lesson is in order, Kodakai declared as she took a pose with arms held high. And who better to teach it to a barbarian than the rising star of the gymnastics world and the beautiful flower of street Ebert. Now watch as I, Kodakai the Black Rose, demonstrate the attack off 1,000 clubs exclamation point double quote. Kodakai charged forward, and in an impressive display, began mimicking her brother's rapid sword thrust attack with her two clubs. Lilac and Ranma were not impressed however, as the red-haired girl easily dodged the strikes. Like her blind comrade, Lilac was experienced with high-speed double quote Lilac. Ranma tossed in a hoop. Lilac saw the object and used her clubs to bat it into Kodakai's arms. The hoop knocked into her and threw off her rhythm. Like her brother, once Kodakai started a technique, she became committed to it. The clubs in her hands fell to the ground, all 20 of them. The announcer gasped. Incredible. The champion's technique actually allowed her to use 20 clubs simultaneously. However, Kodakai's attack off 1,000 clubs was a bust exclamation point double quote my turn. Lilac declared as she signaled to Ranma. The blind boy nodded and began hurling things toward her at lightning-fast speeds. His arm movements were just a faint blur. Double quote KADCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN, revised. Club machine gun exclamation point double quote using her own clubs. Lilac also poured on the speed and redirected the volley at her opponent. Kodakai yelped as she saw the Amazon girl receive the ammunition from her coach and fire off a rapid succession of clubs at her. She had to use every ounce of her agility to dodge the clubs as they struck with considerable force and velocity. Some of the projectiles embedded themselves into the turnbuckles, the mat and nicked the ropes of the ring. She rolled to where her second was holding up a ribbon. She grasped it and began spinning it around to deflect the barrage. After a minute, Ranma and Lilac stopped, as they seemed to have run out of ammunition. Double quote fa. All that effort for nothing. Kodakai sneered as she lowered her ribbon. You are wham exclamation point apparently. Lilac had one club left. The Black Rose now felt a bruise forming on her face and rubbed her nose. How dare you mark my face? Kodakai leapt to the top of one of the corner pylons and lashed out with her ribbon. The announcer looked to her side and saw the ribbon wrap around the signaling bell and pull it off the table. Oh my! Champion Kuno brings a bell into play! Lilac dodged the projectile, then used her own ribbon to snag something. Oh no! Challenger Lilac has commandeered the announcer's table! Kodakai naturally countered by snagging something or someone to block. URK! Champion Kuno counters with her brother! Wham! Hard table met up with hard head. As the two dropped their makeshift weapons and an unconscious Kuno rolled off the ring, the crowds began to cheer even more. Never had a gymnastics battle lasted this long. The announcer was on the edge of her seat as she kept on giving the play-by-play. Fans, this is incredible. Challenger Lilac had just attacked Champion Kuno the table. Kodakai had just blocked it with her brother. How very fortunate that using her brother was legal. Oh no! Kodakai throws a few more of her bomb balls. The challenger evades every one of them and is counter-attacking with a heavy mace that she pulled out of nowhere. The ring is going to need some serious repair after this match. Now look at that. Their ribbons have become tangled and now a tug-of-war has begun. Yuha! Looks like the champion is losing ground as her opponent is pulling her toward her, giving a fine display of Amazonian strength! And the crowds, Akan snorted in disgust. She S not so tough. I could take her! Kodakai dug in her heels. But it was apparent that she was not strong enough to compete against Lilac's upper body strength. She then got the surprise as Lilac flicked the end of her ribbon and caused a loop to travel across the two weapons. The Black Rose found her right wrist knocked down, and that was when Lilac heaved hard. Kodakai was sent flying upward. Oh no! Champion Kuno has been thrown out of the ring. Could this be Fiend? The announcer declared as she and the crowds watched the Black Rose trajectory. However, Kuno's sister smirked as she put her fingers to her mouth and whistled. That was when the entire ring moved to intercept her landing point. The Black Rose did a neat flip and landed on the other side of the ring. The sudden movement of the battle area almost knocked Lilac off her feet. Unbelievable. The ring moved to catch the champion and prevented her from losing the match! Fa. Kodakai laughed as she faced off with Lilac again. You fool! I cannot be knocked out of the ring! Lilac wondered what was going on, and so was everyone else. She let off a small whistle to experiment, and the ring moved in the direction of Lilac's Position. Impossible. A mere whistle and the ring moves. the announcer exclaimed. Asterisk what single quote is going on question mark asterisk Ranma wondered as he extended his senses to the ring. He then detected the presence of several females below the ring and nodded. Asterisk so that's it. Kodakai's got several of her own teammates under the ray, moving the ring at the sound of a whistle. With all the people here and me being so busy concentrating on helping the girls, I didn't think to skim the ring exclamation point asterisk the unseen light fighter then realized what must be done. He waved to Lilac, giving the secret hand signal to try to knock Kodaki out of the ring again. Lilac nodded, though she knew that the ring would move to catch the Kunajal again. Kodaki gave off a scornful chuckle as Lilac charged at her, making her Tonthi appear. Well, it seems that it is time to end this and claim my prize. Kodakithan dodged the first of Lilac's strikes, then reached into the front of her leotard and pulled out something. She then hopped a few steps back and pointed the object at Lilac and fired. Double quote H. Lilac backed off, losing her grip on her weapons and clutching at her burning, watery eyes. Kodaki had just let her have it with pepper spray, effectively blinding her. Double quote and now, the Kuda Grace. Kodaki then gestured to her second, threw out a hoop. Kodaki caught it and then launched it at her disabled adversary. Razor hoop exclamation point double quote Lilac. Ranma shouted out. Lilac thought to clear her vision, but Kodaki had also added a hallucinogen into the pepper spray mixture, which caused her to only see spots and flashes as well as making her nauseous. However, Ranma had trained her sixth sense well, and as soon as she felt a tingle in the back of her head, she ducked. The hoop was barely evaded and but one strap of her leotard was slipped off. Double quote that was just lucky. Kodaki said with disdain as she motioned her teammate to start throwing in some clubs. The Black Rose then began target practice. Lilac was now relying solely on her danger sense as she stumbled and swayed to avoid the clubs. She just barely managed to avoid being hit, but everyone knew that she couldn't hold out forever as she was being forced back toward the edge of the ring. On the sidelines, Cologne's eyes narrowed. She can't dodge forever. Her sixth sense is serving her well, but she's helpless. She's fighting blind. Cologne then winced at the pun as she looked at Ranma. Sorry about that. Double quote Ranma nodded as he called out to Lilac. Lilac, remember what I taught you exclamation point double quote Lilac nodded as she swerved to avoid another club. Concentrating hard on her hearing, she began tuning out the roar of the crowds and the smell of pepper spray. She reached behind her and felt for the end of her long braid. When she grasped it, she quickly undid the ribbon that held her hair and then wrapped it about her eyes, creating a blindfold. She then focused her sixth sense on the danger in front of her. When Kodaki launched another pair of clubs, this time they were spiked, Lilac ducked them and rolled forward. Using her sixth sense to judge which direction the attack came from, she leapt up and made a second pair of Tonthi appear. She did a flip and lashed out with her weapons, holding them by their long ends with the handles extended. Kodakai was caught off guard as her opponent flipped over her, and hooked the ends of her weapons onto one arm, which was still extended, and used the momentum of her flip to catapult the Black Rose back into the air again! Now let us find out if you truly have a seventh sense! Ranma made his battle staff appear and tossed it to Lilac. Catch! Lilac dropped her tongue as soon as she landed and heard Ranma's voice. She held out her arms and the staff landed in her arms. The girl felt with her fingers and realized that Ranma had tossed his special staff to her. Realizing in that instant of Ranma's plan, she then swung around to where Ash had thrown Kodakai and concentrated. Kodakai of course whistled to have the ring move to catch her, but Ranma had expected that and then began focusing his ki. I single quote I'll extend the staff Lilac, but you'll have to aim at! Double quote extend! Double quote GRAD! Just as the ring moved to catch Kodakai, Lilac pointed the staff up toward the falling Black Rose, and in that instant, the weapon suddenly elongated. The end struck Kodakai in her stomach and drove her back more than 50 feet. Kodakai was pushed far beyond the ring's range to catch her and landed on her rear on the floor of the St. Hebert gym. There was a tense silence in the gym as the spectators stared at the so-called undefeated champion lay in shock at what had happened. Ranma's staff automatically reduced itself. Then the announcer took a deep breath. Double quote Champion Kuno has been knocked out of the ring. In accordance to honor rules, we have a winner. Champion Kodakai the Black Rose Kuno has been defeated by Lilac of the Joksuzoku! Double quote The crowds began roaring and cheering as Lilac slumped to her knees in relief. The staff dropped to one side. She then heard someone jumping into the ring and rushing toward her. She felt herself being swept up in strong arms and swung around in joy. Double quote You did it, Lilac. You did it! Double quote Lilac felt a surge of joy of being in Ranma's arms and looped her own arms around his neck. Her fellow Amazons also joined her into the ring as their referee declared her a winner. A few minutes later, after Cologne and Ranma had flushed out Lilac's ice and enabled her to see again, the Amazons faced off against Kodakai at ringside. Double quote Lilac of the Amazons, Kodakai began as she tried not to cry. At losing. Double quote You have defeated me, and as agreed, I shall forever abandon all present affecti on my act for my darling Ranma. Kodakai began sobbing as she held her face in her hands. Though Ranma could read her feelings as genuine, he also sensed something else. He had a sneaky suspicion that this wasn't over, but kept his peace for the moment. Some time later, as Ranma and the Amazons were waiting for Pepper to come pick them up, Cologne was privately discussing with the blind boy. Shampoo and the other girls had decided to use the school showers to clean up before going home. I must say that I was impressed with the girls' performance today, especially Lilac's, Cologne remarked as she and Ranma sat on a bench. Though I am curious as to how she managed to lean your staff in the right direction to force Kodakai out of the ring. Well, that's simple, Ranma said. Lilac had developed an extremely crude version of my seventh sense. Master Koga once told me about certain sighted individuals who temporarily gain an enhanced version of their own proximity sense of objects, especially in times of great stress. Koga called it a kind of pseudo-seventh sense. It's nowhere near as refined as the seventh sense at its most basic level, and it can't distinguish shape or size. She could only determine direction and perhaps distance between herself and the object she sensed. In this case, it was Kodakai. Really? Cologne became very interested in this development. Ranma held up a hand. Now don't get ahead of yourself. Lilac only managed to get the ability briefly, probably from the adrenaline and stress she experienced. I scanned her afterwards and did not detect anything remotely resembling my seventh sense. She probably won't ever gain that ability again or the seventh sense unless she stops using her eyes. And I will not deny her that. Still, she was impressive and I am very proud of her and the others. I am also proud of the job you've done in training them. Perhaps this will make those idiots on the Furican High School board realize that you are not different, just because you cannot use your eyes. Maybe, but I have a feeling that I have a long way to go in convincing Brianna. Still, it's a start. It was at that time that the three girls emerged from the girls' showers and joined them in their civilian clothes. The group then went to where a Pepper was waiting for them in the parking lot. Just as they waved to her, a bouquet of black roses suddenly dropped from above and landed in front of them. Ranma winced as his senses picked up a familiar and unwelcome presence. Kodakai landed in front of the group while twirling her ribbon. She was dressed in her school uniform and smiling amorously at Ranma. What do you want? Shampoo snarled as she and her sister Amazons went into battle stances. Calm down, Kodakai said in a mocking tone. I'm only here to give my regards to my beloved Ranma, that's all. Hey! Lilac, win tournament. Crazy girl promised to leave Ranma alone! Though she was tired, the red-haired beauty was more than willing to pound her rival into the pavement. Kodakai shrugged as she said, yes, I did promise to abandon all present affection for him. However, I now burn with brand new love for her handsome and, shall we say, visually challenged trainer. Ranma winced, but said nothing. After it had been revealed that he was blind after the match, more and more St. Hebert girls had been coming up to him and asking him out for dates. Most were starved for boys, and the fact that he was blind as well as good-looking and well-built only made him more endearing to them. Kodakai then let loose a storm of black as she addressed shampoo, lilac and perfume. "Take care, you barbarians, for I shall take him from you." Exclamation point, double quote. Kodakai then disappeared in the confusion, leaving the Amazons with a sickening feeling as they headed toward Pepper's waiting minivan. Double quote. Shampoo thinks that Kodakai is few arrows short of a full quiver. Exclamation point, double quote. She's sick. Lilac agreed. Double quote. Who was that? Pepper asked as she started up the vehicle. Double quote. We single quote. I'll tell you all about it later. Ranma replied. Double quote. Quack. Quack! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma frowned as he turned to the back of the van, where Moose was being held in a cage. "Go shut up, Moose, or I'm going to make Peking duck out of you!" Exclamation point, double quote. Cologne also turned around and gave Moose a glare. "If you know what's best for you, then you will keep quiet!" Exclamation point, double quote. Moose then shut up as the minivan drove back to Pepper's place. 10 minutes later, "Ranma, I have a surprise for you," Pepper said as she and the others disembarked from the minivan in front of the restaurant. Double quote. "Oh? What is it?" It was at that moment that he sensed a familiar key signature and scent. He turned around and then began running toward the front door, just as Jasmine caught sight of her son and ran toward him. Double quote. "Mom!" Exclamation point, double quote. "Ranma!" Exclamation point, double quote. The two were quickly squeezing each other in a warm embrace as Ranma picked up his Amazon mother and swung her around. Meanwhile, "Are you sure you've found him?" Double quote. "Yes, Mrs. Sodom," Ryosub replied as he spoke to her on the phone. Double quote. "Amazingly, someone else had also hired me to find you on behalf of someone and Ranma Sodom. I did some background checking and I believe that Ranma Sodom was indeed your son." Double quote. "That single quote. That's wonderful," Nodoka said. "When can I see him?" Double quote. "I believe I can arrange a meeting in couple of days." Double quote. To be continued. Author's note. Well, now that the rhythmic gymnastics storyline is over, now we get to the long-awaited meeting between Ranma and Nodoka. How will he react? How will his mother react? And how will Nodoka react when she meets up with Ranma's mother Jasmine? Stay tuned! Exclamation point. Fighting blind disclaimer. Ranma and all the other characters mentioned in this story belong to Takahashi, so don't bother her. ****, thoughts less than, greater than. Chinese language chapter 12 reunion. Double quoted single quote. "It's good to have you here, Mom," Ranma said as Jasmine and her traveling companions entered the restaurant and sat down at a booth. Double quoted single quote. "It's good to see you again, my son," Jasmine said as she squeezed Ranma before she, "Honey, so Ken sat down." Double quote. "So how has our favorite healer and warrior been doing in Japan, HMM?" Honey asked as she playfully ran a finger up one of Ranma's biceps as she snuggled in closer. Ranma's single quote's senses immediately caught the hidden message and emotions, and he swallowed nervously. I've been doing alright. Double quote shampoo, perfume and lilac all gave the voluptuous and very forward Honey a bit of a glare. At the age of 24, she was 8 years Ranma's senior. With a figure that was a cross between a showgirl and a powerlifter's a lot of upper body strength, the blonde Amazon had more than her share of male admirers. In many cases, the healer had patients who had inflicted injuries on themselves, just to be treated by her. Honey could have her pick out of the dozens of eligible males in the village. But what made the 3 teenage girls so irritated was that she made no secret in her pursuit of Ranma. She wasn't like Moose, always throwing himself in front of Shampoo in those pathetic overtures to win her. She was very subtle in her persistent attempts to seduce the young unseen light fighter. Unfortunately for her, Ranma's blindness made him immune to visual stimulation, but that only made it more challenging, and Honey knew of ways of stimulating the other senses. There was just something about his innocence that made him so charming, and it wasn't uncommon for an Amazon to take a younger mate. Ranma was considered among the cream of the crop of all the eligible village males, despite his young age. Any girl who netted him would bring much prestige and honor to her family. Koga had left quite a legacy in Ranma when he passed on. In addition to the skills he had learned under the blind master, the sightless Amazon had also inherited sizable holdings as Koga's properties had been willed to him. This included some very choice areas in Japan. Space was always a valued commodity in the very crowded cities. A few property titles in some of the other countries Koga had traveled to, including America, and most importantly, a gemstone mine hidden in the Bayankala Mountains. Many of the elders had been pushing their heirs to snare him, though for the most part, the girls would have taken him in any case. Not wishing to be outdone by Honey, both Satin and Silk moved a bit closer to where Ranma was sitting and started asking him about his life after arriving in Japan. The sightless warrior nodded as he and the others began relating the chain of events that started when they first came to Furinkan High. Meanwhile, at the Sodom family home. Double quote, I cannot believe that the time is almost here. I shall finally see my son. Nodoka said as she clasped her hands together. Ryosuba nodded as he handed her some paperwork. It wasn't easy since you didn't give me much information besides that picture of your son when he was 5. Your husband was hard to track down since he was constantly on the move for the last decade. Double quote, Nodoka nodded. Yes. My husband had taken my son on a training trip to teach him the ways of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. For the last 10 years, I had been constantly receiving letters and postcards, telling me that things were fine and that the training was going well. Recently, I started to doubt those letters, and that is why I hired you to find my family. Double quote, yes. Well, I finally found your husband residing at some place called the Tendo Dojo. Rio said as his expression went from casual to a bit serious. Nodoka nodded again. Ah, I remember Ranma telling me about it. It belongs to an old training partner and good friend of his. His name was Tendo, I believe. So my son is there? Rio took a deep breath. What he was going to tell the woman next was most certainly going to alarm her, to say the least. Mrs. Sodom, I believe that you should sit down. But why? Shouldn't we be going to the Tendo dojo to fetch my son? Please, sit down. Nodoka looked at Rio strangely, then did as he asked as City Hunter also took a seat. What is it? Mrs. Sodom, when I said that I found your husband at the Tendo home, I meant only your husband. Your son Ranma is not living at the dojo. I'm afraid to say that you can't legally claim him as your son anymore. Lot. What are you talking about? Of course he's my son! I am afraid not. You see, I did find your son as well as Ranma, but through different circumstances. I also found out some very disturbing information over what has happened to Ranma in the last 10 years. Excuse me, Mr. Saba, but you're not making any sense! Rio Saba, aka the City Hunter, was known to many as one of the most perverted souls on earth. He prefers to be called Mookie dependent. He was second only to the Dread Master of the Anything Goes. After meeting with Nodoka Sodom, he had been getting lewd thoughts about her. She was in her mid to late 30s, but was still quite attractive. However, she was already married, and besides, what he was going to say was anything but pleasant. This was also business, and when a gun was in his hand or he was conducting detective work, he was always serious and kept a cool head. What he had found out about Ranma was nothing short of shocking, and he knew that Nodoka wasn't going to take it very well. Mrs. Sodom, are you aware that Ranma is wanted for several hundred acts of petty thievery over the last 10 years? Well, no, but I suppose that it was all for training Ranma in the Anything Goes. Excuse me? Nodoka was a bit embarrassed but nodded as she replied. Well, Ranma did mention that he did something very similar while training with his friend Soon some 20 years ago under their master Hako's right. Rio started wondering if this woman had all her oars in the water. Well, it seems that he was also training Ranma in the same acts, and this upset a lot of people as well as the local police. Thankfully though, those charges against Ranma had been dropped. The charges against Ranma still remain though, as well as several additional charges, including animal cruelty and child abuse. Child abuse. Nodoka began to pale when she heard this. Rio took another deep breath. Remember those charges of petty thievery I mentioned? When Ranma was 6, your husband had stolen a large number of cats, many of which were pets from several neighbors. According to what the doctors and the police had reported, Ranma tried to teach his son a martial arts technique that had been banned for over 50 years, due to its dangerous training process and horrible side effects. Unfortunately, the police had arrived too late to stop him and wait a minute. Did you say doctors? Nodoka shot up from her seat and became extremely tense. What happened to my son? Tell me! Rio shook his head sadly and told her outside of the Sodom home. People who were passing by were startled when a piercing scream was heard and the house shook a bit as Nodoka was told of her son's condition. My son is blind. The last was said in a whisper as Nodoka was still reeling from the shock. She didn't register herself sitting back down as she looked at the city hunter with absolute disbelief. Rio sighed and nodded. The cats had damaged your son's optic nerves and the doctors had no way of repairing them. Eye transplantation was also out of the question, due to your son's rare blood type. They did, however, got rid of most of the facial scars with some cosmetic surgery, but I'm afraid that Ranma is permanently sightless. My son. Ranma's spouse was in a state of absolute shock as the information sank in. When her husband had taken Ranma away, he had promised to make him a man among men. She had the contract to prove it, signed by Ranma with Ranma's handprint. Now, her son was no longer considered a full man. How could any boy become a man when he could not even see and must depend on others to survive? Both Ranma and Ranma had technically failed in their duty and Nodoka took a deep breath as she steeled herself for the inevitable meeting between herself and her disabled child. You told me that you had found my son and that he wasn't with his father anymore. So where is he? Rio nodded as he replied. That is another matter that you need to be aware of. Remember when I told you that you can no longer call him your son? Well, that's because Ranma lost all legal claims on him when he took him to China. China? Yes. You see? The local police were still after him for throwing Ranma into that pit of cats, and they most certainly wouldn't have given the boy back to him. He kidnapped Ranma out of the hospital's ICU and for 2 years, dragged him all over Japan, and then to China to escape the law. By that time, Ranma's condition had worsened and he would have perished by the time he was 9. It seemed that his father continued to abuse and beat Ranma while doing nothing for his blindness. It was a lucky thing that a healer from an Amazon village came across Ranma and rescued the boy from him. Amazon village? Rio simply explained. There are some small, very remote tribal villages that are female-dominated in Asia. My kind of place. Rio added silently. They are descended from those warrior women of Greek legend and some had migrated to China. I had to do some extensive research. They're not too well known and what is known about them is mostly myths and legends. The healer that had saved Ranma came from a village called Nushiizu, located in the Bayankala mountain ranges in the Qinghai province. Ranma had been residing with them for the last 8 years and he's only recently returned to Japan on a student visa. So how did you find him? Nodoka asked. Rio gave a Nodoka shrug and smiled. Actually he found me. Or rather an acquaintance of his found me. One of the village elders, a woman named Cologne, had substantial holdings and contacts in Japan. She was the one who told me about what Ranma had been doing, since he was separated from his father. She used her contacts to find me when Ranma had decided to look for his real mother, namely you. From there, it was relatively simple to connect his search with yours and the rest fell into place. The city hunter's smile became a bit more pronounced. Usually, in his line of work, a search for someone involved a major shootout and several people after his head. This case had been surprisingly easy and was a pleasant change of pace. So my son is here in Japan with these Amazons ? Yes, he is attending school at Furankan High in the Nirima district and is staying at an establishment called Pepper's Place. Well then, let us go get my son and Hold on a moment, Mrs. Sodom. As I said before, it's not that easy. For one thing, he's not your son anymore. Legally speaking, he's now the son of the woman who saved him. That's absurd. I'm his mother! Not according to what Cologne had shown me. I've checked and double-checked the paperwork, and it's all legal. Ranma was rescued by an Amazon healer named Jasmine. The boy was nursed back to health, but he didn't remember where he used to live, nor did he know if you were still alive. He left his home at age 5, so I would think that he'd barely remember you. With no records to be found and Janma running from the law, the boy was marked as an orphan. Cologne had used her connections to take care of all the details, including the adoption papers. Ranma is now a member of the new Shizu and a citizen of the Republic of China with a special foreign visa. No records were found? Rio was a bit embarrassed to tell Nodoka of the reason. Well, a little more investigation indicated that his records were misfiled. Misfiled. Nodoka gasped. I've been separated from my son for more than 10 years due to a clerical error. It happens, City Hunter said sheepishly. I've seen worse cases. In any bureaucracy, information can get lost in the system by accident. Though I have a feeling that Ranma's file may have been deliberately kept from certain people for his own sake. With Janma as his father, I can understand. Rio turned his attention back to Nodoka. However, the fact remains that Ranma is no longer your son. He's still using the Sodom name, but only for sentimental reasons, as I was told by Cologne. Legally speaking, he is a member of Jasmine's family. Nodoka was shocked beyond words. After 10 long years, she had finally found her son, only to learn that she could no longer call herself his mother. Finding out that her child was handicapped was shocking enough, but now it was more of a shock to learn that she had no son. She got up, walked toward a small lamp table and opened up a drawer. She then took out a sheet of paper that had not seen the light of day in more than 10 years. She looked down at the yellowed page and silently read the words of the sepulchral pledge that her husband had signed with Ranma's handprint. Tears began to form in her eyes as she stared at the small impression 5-year-old Ranma had made when he and her husband had left a decade ago. Mrs. Sodom. May I ask you what that is? ? Nodoka turned around and saw the detective standing behind her. She quickly wiped away her tears and looked back down at the page in her hand. She then took a deep breath and replied, "It was a contract that my husband and my son had signed before they left 10 years ago. May I see it? ? Nodoka paused for a long while, saying nothing before she finally nodded and handed him the document. Rio scanned the sepulchral pledge and frowned as he handed it back to her. "Mrs. Sodom, I would advise you to get rid of this before you meet up with Ranma tomorrow. Lot. But you don't really think that I would actually go through with this and ... It does not matter what you believe," Rio said while shaking his head. "If Ranma were to know of this, it's very likely that he would reject you on the spot and head straight back to China and stay there. ... He would choose that other woman over his real mother." Nodoka became pale again. ... Please understand, Mrs. Sodom, Rio said with a soothing tone. The Amazon Jasmine had raised Ranma since he was 8. He barely remembers you and isn't likely going to accept you, at least not initially. This document will not help. From what I see, it's not even legal. This isn't a signature, it's a child's finger painting. Ranma couldn't possibly have known what he was signing when he was 5. ... But it was signed with my husband's supervision and ... Forgive me for saying this, but with your husband's past record, I seriously doubt that would hold up in court. As the Americans say it, Janma's promise isn't worth the paper he signed on. ... Are you certain? Japanese law is rather strict on these matters. ... True. Rio allowed. However, keep in mind that the Amazon Jasmine is his legal mother now, and it's a sure bet that if Ranma gets wind of this, he'll certainly not want anything to do with you or the Sodom name ever again. Furthermore, he is considered a citizen of China now and the government certainly won't find this death contract as valid. Please, Mrs. Sodom, get rid of it. ... But I didn't really intend to make Ranma or Janma go through with it. It was simply to keep my husband on his best behavior and ... And did it do the trick? Rio asked as he gave Nodoka a penetrating stare. Ranma's single quote's mother paused and sighed as she shook her head. ... I thought so. Now you must decide. Which is more important? The chance of seeing your son again, or a sheet of paper that was signed by that forgive me again piece of worthless trash that you married? Rio found himself a bit surprised at himself for openly referring to Nodoka's husband as such, but after finding out about Ranma, he could feel nothing but disgust for the man. How could any father treat his only child like that? Ryosuke was no saint, but he would have never put an innocent boy through such horrible experiences. The detective had yet to tell her of the other offenses that Ranma had committed which involved their son. Specifically the fact that Ranma had more than a dozen fiancées that had been arranged by his idiot father. Rio still couldn't believe that Ranma had actually promised his son to a girl for a bowl of rice, a fish and 2 pickles. Rio shook his head and decided to fill Nodoka on the rest of Ranma's crimes tomorrow. She's had enough shocking revelations for one day. Nodoka took a deep breath, then nodded as she held up the document and began tearing it up into little pieces. After depositing the remains into a nearby wastebasket, she turned back to the detective. What is Ranma like? Have you seen him already? I haven't met with him yet, but from what Cologne had told me, he's grown up to be a fine young man with nearly all of the unmarried village girls after him. He's considered to be a very capable martial artist and a promising healer as well. Cologne told me that more than 50 girls had already petitioned Jasmine for permission to challenge Ranma for the right to marry him. Excuse me. Challenge him for marriage? Rio chuckled a bit as he replied. It's an ancient courting ritual of the Amazons. Cologne had told me during the time she contacted me. In the village, Ranma had attracted a sizable group of suitors, ranging between the ages of 15 to 24. Talk about lucky! Nodoka brightened up at this news. With so many admirers, Ranma certainly could be referred to as manly. With only Ranma as a model for her definition of being a man among men, her perceptions were somewhat skewed. To her, manliness included peeping and some other lewd acts, but with Ranma blind, she had despaired that he would not live up to those standards. However, with so many girls considering him as prime husband material, all was not quite lost. Still, she had to see for herself and get to know her son again before making her final judgment. She also wanted to meet with this woman who now held the title of Ranma's mother. The Amazon named Jasmine. Rio nodded to her as he got up. Well, the meeting is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at Pepper's place. I'll come by to take you there and also give you more information that you should know about Ranma and the Amazons. Oh, and one last thing before I go. Yes? This will only be the first of many visits, and even if he does come to like you, he may still choose to stay with his current family for other reasons. Do you understand? Yes. Good evening to you, Mrs. Sodom. After Rio had departed, Ranma's wife was left alone with her thoughts as she went over what the city hunter had told her. Whatever happened tomorrow, it was certainly going to be a day that she nor Ranma would ever forget. Back at Pepper's place. Double quote. Why, that's wonderful. So you won the tournament? Silk clapped her hands after Ranma had finished telling the visiting Amazons of their victory at Street Ebert. Double quote. Lilac beat up Kodakai real good, the red-haired teenager said with pride. She tried playing dirty tricks, but Lilac still win, thanks to Ranma! Double quote. You all did well, the blind boy said with a smile. I'd say that any one of you could have beaten Kodakai if she hadn't resorted to foul play. Double quote. Yes, and Ranma show everyone that it no matter that Ranma is different, Perfume said. She avoided saying the word blind as she and the others knew how sensitive he was about his condition. Ranma had fought long and hard to be accepted in the tribe, and he had a right to be proud of his accomplishments. Ranma sighed a bit as he shook his head. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This was only the first step. I have a feeling that it's going to take a lot more than just winning the tournament to convince everyone. Double quote. Still, it's a good start, Champa said to assure him. Oh, it wouldn't have been necessary if that stupid Tendo girl had kept her big mouth shut. Stupid hand. Double quote. Ranma took a long, sad sigh. When his cousin had said stupid Tendo girl, he had started thinking about Kasumi, not her younger sister. Of course, he had forgiven the eldest Tendo for her faux pas, but it was still a very sensitive subject. Now, what's done is done. I suppose that it was bound to come out sooner or later. Double quote. Now, let's not be all gloomy, Cologne said in a cheerful voice, trying to change the subject. Today is a time for celebration. The girls have won a great victory and we have our sister Amazons visiting us. Double quote. Yes, I agree, Pepper concurred. Oh, I'm afraid that you're going to have to celebrate without me for a while. I'm afraid that I have several delivery orders to take care of. Double quote. Though Ranma was glad that his Amazon mother was here and that the rhythmic gymnastics tournament had been won, though that still didn't get Kodakai to abandon her obsession over him. Koda's disciple wasn't in the celebrating mood. He was a bit uneasy during the trip back to the restaurant as Cologne had informed him of a special event that was occurring tomorrow. The detective that she had hired had found his real mother. He had even provided her with a name. Nodo Kasodon. Ranma thought as that name echoed in his mind. After more than a decade of separation and wondering what she was like, he was finally going to meet up with her. His oldest memories were very blurry images of some kind-hearted woman who was holding a laughing 5-year-old boy for a photograph. But, ever since he had been condemned to live out the remainder of his life in total darkness, those memories of his childhood had degraded into almost unrecognizable blobs and pushed back toward the deep recesses of his mind. He had been tense, since he had been informed that a meeting was set up for tomorrow afternoon. What was this Nodoka like? What kind of person was she who had left him in the care of that scum Ranma? Had she been aware of his father's unscrupulous, dishonorable and thieving ways when she allowed him to take their son away from home to be trained in the anything goes? Was she like that panda, willing to put her only child through torture and torment to serve her own interests? And what would her reaction be when she found out that her son was blind? There were just too many what-ifs for the unseen light fighter to handle at the moment, and this was putting a damper on the joy of being reunited with the woman who had been his mother for over 8 years. He needed some time to think and decided that some fresh air would be good for him. Pepper, if you don't mind, I'd happy to make those deliveries for you while you help Mom and the others get settled in. Oh no. I can handle it. Besides, I'm certain that you and Jasmine had much to catch up on and I won't deprive you of please. I insist. Ranma said in a more forceful tone. My mother will still be here and I promise that I won't be gone long. Well, Pepper was about to decline Ranma's offer, but then saw the determined look in his face. Though she had only known him for a short while, she knew that when Ranma was like this, he was very hard to deny. She looked back at Cologne, who also gave the boy a thoughtful look before nodding. I suppose that it wouldn't hurt. Ranma already knows the entire layout of Tokyo, and you are a bit short-handed here at the moment. Jasmine began to protest, but the elder held up a hand. You and Ranma will have plenty of time to be together later. After all, you're not heading back to China anytime soon, right? Besides, there are a few important things that I must discuss with you. Jasmine. The healer was about to protest further, but then decided not to press the issue. If Cologne had something important to discuss with her, then she could wait a little longer before spending some quality time with her adopted child. Sometime later after Ranma had left. Now you understand why Ranma needed to go out for a while, Cologne said as she finished with her explanations. Both were sitting at a booth, sipping tea. Upstairs, Honey, Silk and Satin were getting settled in their rooms as the other Amazons were helping them with their luggage. I see. Jasmine said after Cologne had told her about the meeting that was to take place tomorrow. So, you have found his real mother, this Nodoka. Her tone was slightly choked at that last bit. Yes. And with all the other things that had been happening to him since he came to Japan, I can understand how torn inside he is right now. Especially with his idiotic father trying to force him into fulfilling that pledge to the Tendo family, and with the school board considering about transferring him to a school for the blind. You know that he will not stand for either. Jasmine said as she gazed out at the front window panes, watching the sun as it began to dip toward the horizon. It took a lot of doing for me to convince him that he should learn to read Braille, when his fingertips allow him to read printed material just fine. Imagine how he would feel if he were put into such a place. And I know that he would never fulfill any of Ranma's promises. Double quote. I know how much he hates to be pitied, and he certainly doesn't deserve any. However, so many people can be so narrow-minded. And I certainly agree that any promise that idiotic father of his had made is something to be avoided. Still, the events that have happened to him may have caused Ranma to be unsure of his identity right now and his place in the world. Double quote. What do you mean? He is my son and the heir to the unseen light martial arts. He is also a great warrior and healer of our village. What could be more clear than that? Double quote. You know that and I know that, but Ranma isn't as sure as he was when he left the village. He isn't as well traveled as Kogu was, and he's just now encountering some very harsh realities about the world. There will be disbelievers and those that will pity him, no matter what. Now that's something that Ranma can't defeat with his battle skills. Furthermore, he's about to meet up with the woman who is his biological mother, and he's afraid that she might be just like Ranma or worse. She might even reject him because of his blindness. Double quote. Jasmine snorted. HMPF. If she rejects just because of that, then she'd be even more blind than Ranma! Double quote. The 300-old matriarch gave the healer a disapproving look, which Jasmine softened up. Double quote. I'm sorry, Elder. I suppose that I'm afraid that Ranma might prefer her over me, and I'm a little ashamed to admit that. Jasmine's voice trailed off. Double quote. That you're afraid that she might take him away from you, and you were hoping that the meeting wouldn't go well, and that Nodoka would reject him, correct? Cologne finished. Jasmine gave out a long sigh and nodded. You know that I would do anything to ensure Ranma's happiness, and double quote. Cologne held up a hand. I understand, Jasmine. It is very difficult for a mother to let go, even though he is not your natural-born son. Double quote. As I had told you when I brought Ranma to our village all those years ago, I didn't care that he was not my child. Ranma was like a gift from the kami, and I was determined to not lose him as I had with Thorn. Double quote. Cologne nodded sympathetically as she remembered how distraught Jasmine was when she had lost her only child. She had also noted over the years of how attached the healer had become to Ranma, and seen how happy Jasmine was that her home was no longer empty. Still, Nodoka was Ranma's natural mother, and this was what the boy had been waiting for all these years. Though the blind Amazon had done well since he had become a member of the new Chizu, he had always had a certain feeling of incompleteness. It always seemed as if something was missing from his life, and he thought that by checking into his past, he could find what it was. However, asking Ranma about it was out of the question, so that left his real mother. Furthermore, though Ranma was legally Jasmine's son, it wasn't right for him to be kept from the woman who had given birth to him. Ask any female in the village and they all took motherhood very seriously. However, who really had the right to call Ranma as her own? The woman who had given birth to him and raised him for the first 5 years of his life? then left him in the care of Ranma, or the woman who had saved him and raised him for 8 years. Cologne knew that this was going to be a very delicate matter when Jasmine met up with Nodoka. She sighed and then decided to leave Jasmine alone with her thoughts for a while as the aged Amazon went off to deal with another matter, which concerned the myopic master of hidden weapons. Muse was still a duck and quacking in his cage in the kitchen. Meanwhile, hopping across the rooftops, Ranma had completed the last of his deliveries and was deep in thought about the imminent reunion with his real mother. What was she going to be like? How was she going to react to him? Would she reject him outright because of his blindness? Is she like Ranma, or was she even aware of the crimes that Panda had committed over the last decade? Then there was the fact that Jasmine was here. He was very happy to have his Amazon mother here, but how would she react when she met face to face with Nodoka? Ranma knew that Jasmine was a gentle soul and wouldn't do anything extreme. She was an Amazon and was very protective of her adopted son. If things went bad, then Ranma sighed again. Tomorrow's meeting was going to be a very touchy subject. It was then that Ranma's sensitive hearing picked up the sounds of gunshots in the distance. The unseen light fighter decided to investigate and began racing toward the disturbance while taking out his battle staff. Down below in the streets, the city hunter was fighting for his life. On his way back to his office, he had run into a few old acquaintances who had very bad memories of him. Specifically, they were a group of kids that he had sent to prison 2 years ago. Rio had been ambushed by the hoodlums and was now crouching behind a car as a hail of bullets riddled the automobile with holes, shattering windows and puncturing the tires. Rio took out his weapon and began returning fire, but his attackers had him outnumbered 5-1 and were armed with automatic machine guns. When one of his foes stopped to change magazines, the city hunter made dash toward a nearby alley and fired off a round, taking out one of his attackers as the slug slammed into his chest and sent him back. However, as he took cover behind a steel trash dumpster, the remainder of the kids opened up, keeping him pinned behind it. Things looked pretty bleak for the detective as he saw no way out. Unfortunately, the alley was a dead end and the entrance was blocked off. It was then that someone leapt down from above and screamed out an Amazon war cry. The kids didn't know what hit them as a young teenager suddenly landed behind them and with one swing of his staff, knocked them off their feet. As 2 of the attackers were temporarily dazed, the other 2 got back to their feet and aimed their weapons at the interlopers. However, before they could squeeze the triggers, the boy aimed one end of his weapon and focused his key. Extend. GREAD exclamation point. The staff instantly elongated and slammed its end into one of the attackers in the solar plexus, driving him back into the alley. Ryo's sub had to duck for cover as the man was sent hurtling back to be hammered into the end of the alleyway, 50 feet away. The attacker slumped down on his face unconscious after the staff reduced in length. The city hunter then turned to see a 16-year-old take on the 3 remaining gunmen. The next kid Ranma faced off, got over his surprise and pointed his weapon at the Amazon. However, he was a fraction of a second too slow as the unseen light fighter blurred forward and knocked the gun out of his hands, then followed through by jumping up and hovered for a long moment in the air before delivering with a snap kick to the face. However, as he went down, the last 2 gunmen got back up and aimed for Ranma's back. Ranma's ears twitched a bit as he caught the sound of mechanisms clicking at the same time that his 6th and 7th senses were giving him advance warning. His nostrils flared a little at the sense of his attackers. Look, Rio shouted out, but Ranma was already way ahead of him, and just as the kids opened fire, the blind fighter reacted. Ranma leaped high to dodge the barrage of bullets, and did a neat flip to land behind the criminals. Before they could turn around, they were knocked forward with another swipe from his staff. They went tumbling into the alley as their machine guns clattered to the ground. Ranma laid his staff against a wall and picked up the weapons. As the kids shook their heads to clear them, they looked up and saw a very intimidating sight. Ranma was quite familiar with firearms since his village had been having a few skirmishes with the soldiers of the People's Army of China. Without diverting his attention on the thugs, he deftly stripped the magazines and tossed them away. He held up both weapons and gave the kids a demonstration of his Amazonian strength and skills. His hands began to squeeze and the iron grip began to make the metal bend and the plastic snap. He slammed the 2 weapons together and began crumpling up the guns as if he was crushing yesterday's newspaper. In less than 10 seconds, he had a fair-sized ball of metal and plastic in his hands. He then focused his key and applied the advanced breaking point, reducing the sphere into dust. Ranma casually picked up his staff and slung it over his shoulder. "You know, I really hate guns. They're so noisy." The 2 remaining kids trembled after seeing such a display and began scrambling away. H-H-He single quote S some kind of monster exclamation point I single quote I'm outta here exclamation point The 2 criminals tried to make a break for it, but they didn't get far as the unseen light martial artist rushed forward and with 2 deft raps of his staff, knocked them out. After using his senses to assess that they were unconscious, he then turned to the city hunter, who was still gazing at him with awe. "Are you alright?" Ranma asked as he extended a hand. Rio stepped out from behind the dumpster and nodded as he holstered his gun and held out his own hand. He firmly grasped Ranma's hand and shook it. "Thanks. That was amazing. I really appreciate the help that you gave me. That was quite a tight spot that you got me out of." "You single quote Ray welcome," Ranma replied as he turned to leave. "Will you be able to handle them now?" He gestured to the fallen criminals. Rio nodded. "Yeah, I'll call on the police and have them pick up these losers." "HMM. Well, I would say that gunman you shot is going to feel those bruises on his chest. That bulletproof vest he was wearing protected him, But he's going to be pretty sore tomorrow. Double quote, huh? What do you mean? Rio asked as he looked to one he had shot. Ranma shrugged as he turned his head toward the body while making his staff shrink. I don't see any blood, so I would say that your bullet didn't get through, right? Look, there's your bullet. He pointed to a small lead object lying beside the shed. Ranma then silently added, actually, I don't smell any blood, and I can detect the deflected bullet nearby. I can still sense his life signs, so I know he's not dead. Rio walked over to the fug, crouched down and examined the chest of the man. Sure enough, a hole in his shirt revealed that he was wearing some Kevlar body armor and that the bullet had dropped off to one side after impact. Apparently, the fug had been driven back from the shot and was knocked out when his head hit the pavement. Rio stood up and faced Ranma again. I must admit, you're very observant. Ranma shrugged as he prepared to leave. Well, I try to take in as much information as I can. Well, if you don't need any more help, then I guess I'll be going and hold on a moment. I still have to thank you for saving my life and I won't take no for an answer. How about I treat you to a cup of coffee or maybe some tea? Well, I really don't think that nonsense. It's the least I could do. Rio said as he gently led Ranma toward a certain cafe. A few minutes later. Falcon. I'll have a cup of coffee and my friend here would like. Rio turned to the boy sitting beside him. Oh, would you have any good Earl Grey or oolong tea? Ranma asked, though he could smell all the blends that Falcon kept underneath the counter. No problem, the large man said as he began brewing. After being served their orders, Rio took a sip of coffee and studied the teen sitting beside him as he quietly drank his tea. He noted that Ranma's nostrils were flaring a bit, more so than a normal person would if taking a whiff of tea. He also made an observation about the boy's eyes. The pupils were not focusing on anything. He began remembering back to how the boy thought. His movements were very similar to various Chinese fighting styles such as Kung Fu. Then there was that time in which he avoided being shot from behind. It was almost as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He then began putting two and two together and decided to try an experiment. So how Cologne do now? His goodly ? Greater than Rio winced a bit as he knew that his Mandarin was far from perfect. She ? Doing fine, thank you. Greater than Ranma replied nonchalantly, then stiffened a bit as realized that he had answered out of habit. He then turned to face Rio with eyebrows raised, though his pupils remained the same size. Rio nodded as his suspicions were confirmed. I thought as much. I see that Elder Cologne wasn't exaggerating when she told me that you were exceptionally skilled, Ranma Sodom. It's not very often that one comes across a grandmaster of the unseen light martial arts. Ranma paused as he studied the man who had deduced his identity. Ryosuba, I presume double quote that single quote as me. The one and only city hunter double quote Falcon became very surprised to hear this. Unseen light martial arts? What's going on Rio double quote Ranma studied the detective for a minute as he probed his aura. I see that Elder Cologne wasn't exaggerating about your detective skills. So how did you know double quote Rio shrugged. It was pretty straightforward. Oh at first, you even had me fooled. My first clue was the way your nostrils flared when you thought those guys and when you ordered for some tea. You already knew that Falcon had oolong and Earl Grey, didn't you double quote Ranma nodded. Actually, he's also got 3 different varieties of green tea, jasmine, orange pekoe, and a couple of herbal mint varieties, in that order, directly in front of me underneath the counter double quote Falcon became quite surprised. That was exactly what he had and in that order Rio smiled a bit. I have heard that blind people often develop a highly acute sense of smell, but you've just demonstrated that your ability to sense odors is far greater than even a bloodhound or a shark's nose. My next clue is that your pupils never seem to change and they didn't constrict when I surprised you with my question. I also noted that your ears twitched a little when those thugs tried to bushwhack you from behind. That comment you made about guns being so noisy makes sense. I observed that you used a form of martial arts called Amazonian Wushu, which pretty much fits in with your background of being part of the new Chizu. Elder Cologne had given me many details about your life when she hired me. From there, it was a simple matter to make the connections. Along with her descriptions of you double quote I have to admit, you've got me there. So you know about the joke Suzuka double quote yes. Well after Elder Cologne had hired me, I did some background research. The fighting style is quite obscure and less than a couple hundred individuals outside of the Chinese Amazons are even aware of it. The techniques have a basis in acrobatics, and of amazing key manipulation, in which you had demonstrated when you took out those 4 gunmen. However, even Amazonian Wushu tales to that of the unseen light double quote you don't know about that fighting style to double quote Rio gave him HMM, as he replied. I'm a detective, remember? It's my job to find out about things. Yes, I had to really dig deep for that one. It's so obscure that I had to look back over some very old scrolls and rumors about a fighting style that was designed especially for the blind. It was said to be able to boost the senses of smell, taste, touch and hearing to near mystical levels and even add additional senses as well. Cologne had mentioned that you were clinically sightless, but had mastered an ancient discipline in which you are now the sole and practitioner. After cross-referencing very slim leads, I had come across a name. Kogashinuria. Sound familiar double quote Ranma nodded as he felt a pang of sorrow for his deceased teacher. He was my sensei double quote Falcon was very surprised to hear this. What? Wait a minute. Are you saying that he's blind? but he took out 4 armed men ? That single quote as right. All he had was a staff. Rio affirmed as he turned his attention back to Ranma. As I was saying, the unseen light is so ancient and obscure that just about no one was aware of its existence or of the powers that it granted to its users. However, when I was told by Cologne about it, though she didn't go into very much detail, I did some more research and found out that the last known users of the unseen light had died recently and with no apparent heirs. So what is this unseen light? Falcon had become very interested in hearing this, since he was partially blind himself. Ranma sighed and answered. It's a fighting style that was created thousands of years ago by a group of blind Zen monks. In addition to my enhanced natural senses, I also possess a couple of extra senses that operate in ways that you couldn't possibly imagine. Like an enhanced martial artist's sixth sense and the legendary seventh ? Ranma was again surprised at Ryoshiba's awareness of very little known facts. You know, now I'm really impressed. You're deserving of your reputation. Rio shrugged again. It made sense that you would have some kind of early warning system since you dodged those bullets. There have been reports of martial artists who have developed a form of awareness, or sixth sense for impending danger. That is how they can anticipate an opponent's attack or sense when they are being watched. However, that wouldn't have explained how you could detect inanimate objects or judge distances. You made your way toward this counter, sat down at the stool without bumping into anything, and picked up that cup of tea without probing around on the counter. I assume that would have been the so-called seventh sense, right? You ray every bit the detective at Cologne said that you were. So do you know what the seventh sense is? Well, the few ancient texts that I did manage to get a hold of didn't go into much detail, and the most secretive of the unseen light techniques were never written down. From what I observed of you, I would hazard a guess that the seventh sense operates like a form of passive radar or sonar. It's probably more finely tuned if you're able to navigate so well around obstacles. When we walked here, you acted as if you could see and easily avoided bumping into people, signs, mailboxes and whatnot. When we came to that traffic light, it was a sure bet that you couldn't see the lights change, but was actually sensing the movement of the cars, right? Then I thought back to when you showed me that guy I shot wasn't dead and even pointed out to where my bullet had landed after hitting him. And here I thought Kasumi was observant. Very good, Ryoshiba. I must say that is a very impressive piece of detective work. Ranma then became nervous at the fact that he was able to deduce so much about him. The city hunter noted his slight agitation and said, "Not to worry, my friend. I respect your right to privacy, and confidentiality is very important to maintain when dealing with a client. Since Elder Cologne had hired me on your behalf to find your mother, you are my client and therefore, everything that we discuss will not leave this cafe. Isn't that right, Falcon question mark double quote got it. The big man replied, though he was quite curious as to how Ranma's senses worked. They would certainly come in handy in his line of work. It would be like having an extra set of eyes in the back of his head. Double quote I believe you both. Thank you. Ranma then changed the subject. Mr. Saba, Elder Cologne had told me that you had found my real mother and that her name is Noda Kashodon. Double quote that single quote is right, and I have scheduled a meeting between you and her tomorrow afternoon at Pepper's place. Double quote can single quote I see her now question mark double quote Rio sighed as he shook his head. I'm afraid that she's not quite ready to see you after I had informed her of few certain things about you. Double quote like the fact that I'm blind question mark double quote yes. Well, though you can't see things like a normal person, from what I saw, you're far from being helpless. And there are a few other things about your life that made her uncomfortable. Double quote like the fact that my stupid father sold me off to feed his fat stomach and was the cause of me losing my sight in the first place. Or is it because of the fact that I no longer consider myself as a Shoto and that I am a part of the Amazons? Not question mark double quote. Now it was Rio's turn again to be impressed. This boy had a lot of good instincts and insight. With his skills and a little training, he'd make an excellent detective himself. Yes. Well, your mother needs some time and I have yet to inform her of some of those other details of your father's crimes. Double quote Ranma is not my father. I don't consider him as deserving the right to be called that. Ranma said with a bit of a hard edge to his tone. It was only by a very cruel trick of fate that he married my birth mother and that I was born under his name. I've been considering giving up the Shoto name completely as I have only been using it out of sentimental reasons. Maybe that would get Ranma off my case about that stupid pledge. Double quote pledge question mark double quote it's single quote a long story, and I really don't want to talk about it. Double quote alright then, I won't press for any details. In any case, the meeting is scheduled for 6 o'clock p.m. Double quote I single quote I'll be there. Ranma said as he got up to leave, then paused to address Rio again. Mr. Saba, what's she like? My mother question mark double quote well, she seems like a nice person and she's very anxious to meet with you again. I will admit that she has a few strange ideas. Asterisk like that sepulchre pledge. Asterisk Rio mentally added. However, I think that it would be best that you find out about her for yourself. I can't give you very much more details since I've only maintained contact with her over the phone and just met her today to schedule the meeting. Double quote I see. Well, thank you for the tea and I'll be seeing you and Mom tomorrow then. Thank you again and goodbye for now. Ranma then waved as he exited the cafe. Rio nodded as he watched the unseen light fighter depart and began wondering how Nodoka would react when she found out how very capable her son had become. As far as the city hunter was concerned, Ranma was most certainly a man among men. More so than his worthless father could ever hope to be. 6:00 p.m. Pepper's Place. Ranma was more than agitated as he and the others wait for the arrival of the city hunter and Nodoka Shodong to arrive. When the wall clock chimed 6 o'clock, there was a knock on the front door. Ranma stiffened as he sensed Champa getting up to answer the door and then detected the familiar presence of Ryosubi and another woman. The two walked up to where Ranma was at, just as the blind fighter got up from his seat and faced them. Behind him in the kitchen, Jasmine and the other Amazons watched and held their breath. Ryo took a deep breath and said, "Ranma Shodom, may I introduce you to Nodoka Shodom, your mother." Ranma could only say one word. Mom ? To be continued. Offer single quotes noti size. I know that I'm a stinker for leaving my readers hanging like this, but the next chapter will be quite interesting to say the least, as Nodoka not only must face the child she had not seen in 10 years, but also with the people close enough to him, and especially with Jasmine. See you there! Fighting blind. Disclaimer, exit, disclaimers, legal evasions, and all that mumbo jumbo. Stage left. Thoughts less than, greater than, Chinese language. Chapter 13. A little motherly love? Somewhere in China, a few days before Ranma met his mother, a fateful conversation was taking place between two individuals. Lot, are you certain? A shadowy figure said as he spoke to another who was clothed in a dark cloak. Yes. It seems that the accursed unseen light had not been completely snuffed out. One practitioner of that discipline still exists. I had thought that priest Shogo had perished and left no heirs! It seemed that he had taught another in secret, someone by the name of Kogashinuria, and though he too had later died, the power of the unseen light as an user. Who is this disciple? Our spies in Japan had heard of rumors of a blind boy who claims to be a master of the unseen light. His name is Ranma Shodom. Then the mission of the Shadow's Eye is not yet complete. You know what to do. Shindu. The other cloaked figure nodded as he removed his hood, revealing a hard-looking face with a cold expression in his eyes. The most eerie fact about his eyes was that they were as black as the sea during a moonlit night. There were no pupils nor irises, just a black void. Just like the inner void in his heart. The unseen light shall not shine so long as the Shadow's Eye casts its gaze upon the world. Present time, in Japan. Ranma. Oh Ranma. My little boy has finally been brought back to me. Nodoka cried out as she rushed toward her son and embraced him while letting loose a torrent of tears. She was releasing more than 10 years of repressed sadness and loneliness as she tightened her hug on Ranma. The blind boy wasn't really sure of what to do as his biological mother continued bawling her eyes out against his chest, soaking the front of his shirt. He then turned his head to the people who were standing near the door and gestured with a nod that he and Nodoka needed some time alone. However, as Jasmine understood Ranma's silent message and began ushering the others out of the room, his eyes narrowed as he tapped his right ear with an index finger. This indicated that he wouldn't take kindly to any eavesdropping and would know if they tried to listen in on their conversation. Once everyone was gone and the two were alone, Ranma gently pushed himself out of Nodoka's embrace and began holding her face in his hands. He began tracing his sensitive fingertips across her features as his mind started forming an image of her face. He could detect the telltale traits and resemblance between himself and his biological mother. There was also the fact that her aura was similar to his own, though it was nowhere near as focused as his was. There was no doubt about it. She was his real mother. Now the real questions remained. Would she accept her son as he was, and was she like Ranma? S. Good. Finally. See you again. Mother. Nodoka nodded as she cleared her eyes of her tears and took a step back to gaze upon her son. He was exactly as Ryosuba had described him. Ranma was tall and very well formed. He was quite handsome and appeared to be exactly as a man among men should be. She smiled back to the time that the city hunter had urged her to destroy the contract that Ranma and Janma had signed. If the stories of Ranma being wanted by dozens of girls was true, then it seemed that the contract was no longer necessary. Ranma, my son. It's good to have you home. I've missed you much. She embraced Ranma again and felt as if she was going to cry once more. You have grown so much since I last saw you. You are indeed a man among men. Nodoka waved it off. Nothing. It is nothing that you should be concerned about. What is important is that you and I are together again and that we are a family again. I have been told that you are blind now and there is nothing that can be done about it. Ranma winced a bit at his mother's reference to his disability, but nodded as she went on. It doesn't matter. We are together again and I understand that it is Janma that was responsible. Rest assured that I will deal with him. Her voice took on a slightly hard edge as she thought about what she was going to do with Janma when she caught up with him. Now, I shall have your old room ready for you when you move back and This caught Ranma off guard. Move back? What room? Why your old room, of course. You haven't been home since you were 5 and you are going to live with me again, aren't you? And rejoin the Ranma stopped her by raising a hand and took a deep breath. Mother, please, you must understand. This is very hard for me to tell you this, but I'm not going with you. I'm not going to rejoin the Sodom register. I have been thinking about it for a long time and I've just decided that the Sodom name has already given me enough grief. I've only been using the name out of sentimentality and because I wanted to meet with you. Added to the fact are the promises and engagements that stupid idiot made in my name. Double quote Ranma. I know that Ranma is somewhat of a moron, but a boy should not speak of his father so disrespectfully! Double quote mother. It sounded somewhat strange to Ranma to call Nodoka that, though it was appropriate. There are other reasons why I do not want the Sodom name. Are you aware of the crimes that he committed over the last 10 years, specifically concerning me? Double quote well, I had been informed by Mr. Sibley about the petty crimes and theft that Ranma had committed and had you do during your training journey. But double quote did he tell you about the fact that, if I take up the Sodom name, then I will have to uphold more than a dozen engagements and that I will have multiple fiancés? Double quote multiple fiancés? What are you talking about? Nodoka asked. Ranma took another deep breath as he gestured for her to sit at a nearby table. After his biological mother took a seat, the blind master of the unseen light began explaining. Double quote double quote. The roof of Pepper's place suddenly exploded off its foundations and did a 360-degree flip before landing back onto the building. Inside, Nodoka was shaking with disbelief. He engaged you to how many girls? The vision-impaired martial artist shook his head sadly as he replied. By my count, about 15. So far. He even had me promised 2 triplets. Double quote Nodoka blanched as she heard this. It was one thing to have so many girls after him to prove one's manliness, but it was quite another to have sold off her only offspring like some piece of merchandise. Ranma had completely dragged the Sodom name through the mud to fill his fat stomach. Ranma paused for a long moment, then added, if you don't believe me, I do have evidence of each time a girl came to claim me at the village. And Elder Cologne had informed me that Mr. Sibley is also aware of the multiple engagements. He wanted to wait a while before telling you, but I feel that you should be aware of everything that moronic waste of a human being has done to screw up my life. Ranma's voice took on a very bitter edge as he thought about that stupid panda man. Nodoka took a deep breath to regain her self-control and gave her son a disapproving glare. Ranma. Oh, I do not approve of your father's past actions. He is still your father and the head of our household. Unfortunately for the blind martial artist, Nodoka was a kind, caring person at heart. She was also a traditional Japanese housewife. And despite the fact that she totally disapproved of her husband's crimes, she still hoped that her son and husband could reconcile their differences and that they could be a family again. However, that dream seemed to be more and more unlikely. Double quote so what? The teen retorted, making no effort to keep his disgust of his biological father to himself. What exactly do I owe to him for me to show respect? Double quote her enemy. I will not have you showing such lack of respect for your father and our family name! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma single quote.'s temper began to boil as he responded. And what kind of respect should I show to someone who has neither earned it nor deserved it? Question mark, double quote. Despite all he has done, he is still your father! Exclamation point, double quote. The disciple of Koga snorted. Some father. That was just a cruel trick of fate. As far as I'm concerned, he stopped being my father the moment when he took me on that training journey. After that pit of cats, I don't even consider him as a human being! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma trembled and clenched his fists as he tried to calm down. It was a losing battle as he stood up and turned his back to Nodoka. To him, I was just a meal ticket. A piece of property to be bartered off to the highest bidder, then offer for sale again whenever his fat belly was empty. Not once, not twice, but Kami-sama only knows how many times. You say that I'm showing disrespect to the family name? Well, my father had dragged the Shodown name through the mud every time he broke a promise to those families and engaged me to all those girls! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma. Nodoka warned in a very stern voice, but the unseen light fighter would not hear of it. It was a very rare occurrence for Ranma to lose his self-control, but this was one of those times in which he had to let his feelings out full blast. Double quote. Do you know just how ashamed I was to be related to him? Of every time a girl with her father or mother came to the village and announced herself as my fiancée, because of some little deal that Ranma made with her. Do you know what it's like to be considered as just property? To be sold off for a meal or money? And do you know how many times I wished for you to be there for me? To stop him from doing these things? Well, do you question mark, double quote. Nodoka became silent as she heard this. Ranma's anger and bitterness toward her was very disturbing. This was not how she wanted her first meeting with her son to be. The unseen light fighter continued on. And where were you? Where were you for the last 10 years? What about those 2 years after I became blind? Where were you when Ranma abused me, beat me, and called me weak for becoming blind? It was his fault that I lost my sight in the first place! Exclamation point, double quote. Well, I double quote. Ranma cut her off. Not one word. Not one letter. Not even a single call. I didn't know if you were alive or dead. I only had the dream of finding you again that kept me going for the last decade! Exclamation point, double quote. Nodoka stood up and took a step toward her son. Ranma, please calm down. I received postcards and letters from your father constantly, telling me that the training was going well and that you were doing fine. I had no reason to doubt Ranma as he was my husband after all. I only started to doubt those letters recently. That is why I hired Mr. Sabu to find you! Exclamation point, double quote. 10 years. Mother. Ranma gritted at the word. It took you 10 years before you decided to look for me. Every day, every night, I would think of you and would ask Elder Cologne and my Amazon mother Jasmine to help me find you. I hoped and hoped that you would be able to understand me and give me some answers to who I was. But it seems that everything that I had wished for about you was nothing more than an empty dream. Nodoka didn't like the sound of this. What are you talking about? Ranma's mouth became a firm line as he said without emotion. I had thought that you might be different from Janma, but I can see with my heart that you are not. What do you mean? Despite all that I've told you, and all the evidence that Mr. Saba had shown to you, you still expect me to obey that lying piece of trash out of a sense of duty that a son should toward his father. You think that the honor of the Sodom name can be restored that way? It's gone. It died when Janma took me on that blasted training trip! Ranma, please understand that I only let Janma take you away because he promised to me that you would become a man among men, and Nodoka's voice trailed off as she almost told him about the seppuku pledge. However, Ranma's emotions were taking control of his mind at the moment. He snarled a bit as he snapped at her, letting his anger and frustration choose his words that he would later regret. A man among men. Is that why you let him take Emmy away? So that he could turn Emmy into someone like him? Is that it? Yes, I mean no. I mean, Ranma's sudden flash of intuition had caught Nodoka off guard. 10 years ago, Nodoka had some very strange definitions of what a man among men was supposed to be, and Janma was the role model of those ideals. Her definitions had changed after the city hunter had informed her about Janma's crimes and what had happened to her son. That was when Ranma's anger hit the boiling point. So that was it. You wanted Emmy to be like him. To be a dirty, rotten, lying bastard with no honor whatsoever, and who would sell out his son's future for a fish, a bowl of rice and 2 pickles. Despite all that he's done to Emmy and all the people he had hurt with his lies and thieving ways, you still expect Emmy to go to him and obey his wishes? To continue letting him run and ruin my life? Is that your idea of a man among men? Ranma, please. Nodoka felt tears starting to well up in her eyes. She couldn't believe that her newly found son was becoming so hostile toward her. That was when Ranma lost it. Never. If taking back the Saojomi name means that I have to become like Gnma, then I hereby renounce my birth family name, permanently! Ranma, please listen to me. Don't be so hasty. We can work this out. Tears were now rolling down her cheeks as she reached out to tuff her son. The blind martial artist swatted her hand away. No. There is no Ranma Saojomi. I am Ranma of the Jokdsuzuku, son of Jasmine. Ranma shook as his fists clenched even tighter, making his knuckles turn white. Then, In a bare whisper that was filled with sorrow, he said to Nodoka, "Go. Leave." Nodoka showed him. At this point, Ranma no longer thought of calling her mother as appropriate. But I'm your mother, Ranma. I I don't know you. I had hoped to find the mother of Ranma Shodom, but instead, all I found was the wife of Janma. If you are so determined to restore the honor of Sodom family name, then you may do so, but I will not have any part in it. It cannot be saved, nor is it worth the effort. Now, go. Ranma felt himself close to shedding tears, and remembered how his father berated him for crying. However, he didn't consider himself as Janma's son, and therefore, anything that Janma had said to him was to be disregarded. Nodoka shook her head in total disbelief and let off a cry of anguish as she ran from the room with her face in her hands. At that moment, Ranma felt his heart shatter like fragile crystal. Ryosuba ran after Nodoka when she burst out of the room and sped past him and the Amazons. He had been trying to get close to those three Amazon beauties, Honey, Silk and Satin, while they were waiting outside in the main lobby of the restaurant. He had been especially interested in that voluptuous, blonde healer, but when they started hearing shouting and then the door burst open, the city hunter knew that something had gone seriously wrong. Mrs. Sodom. Wait! Nodoka, however, did not hear him as she continued to cry and run toward the front door. As the Amazons watched the detective chase after his client, Jasmine turned her gaze toward the room where Nodoka had just come out of and shook her head. Without a word, she got up and walked toward the open door. When she came to the room's entrance, she stopped when she heard sobbing coming from within. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. There she saw Nodoka's, her son, sitting on a chair and slumped over the table with his head buried in his arms. Ranma, Jasmine said tentatively. However, the blind teen was in no mood to answer as he continued to cry. At Nodoka's home. Sometime later. He hates me. Nodoka sobbed. In the living room, Ryosuba took a deep breath before trying to console the distraught woman. Mrs. Sodom, I'm sorry that your first meeting with your son went badly, but I did warn you that something like this might happen. There's still a chance though. I think I can arrange it for you to meet with Ranma again, after we give him some time. I'm sure that he didn't mean all those things. And then what? Janma's wife said without looking at him. Her face was in her hands as she continued to weep. You heard him. He doesn't want his family name back. He doesn't want anything to do with Janma. Or me. And can you blame him? A new voice asked. Both Nodoka and the city hunter looked to where the new voice came from, and they saw Ranma's adopted mother standing at the front of the living room. Who are you? How did you get in? Ranma's birth mother stood up angrily to glare at the stranger. Jasmine glared back at Nodoka as she answered. I came here at the request of Mr. Saba. And as for who I am Jasmine. Double quote Nodoka single quote. S eyes widened as she realized that this woman was the one who had raised her son since the time he had lost his sight. Y hyphen you single quote ray question mark double quote Ranma single quote s mother double quote I single quote am his mother exclamation point double quote that is highly questionable from where I stand. Jasmine said in a level tone double quote who are you to judge question mark double quote and why am I not sweet to judge you as I see fit? The healer asked coldly. I am after all, the one who raised Ranma, when you abandoned him to the care of that idiot Janma, 10 years ago double quote why you exclamation point double quote Mrs. Sodom, Ms. Jasmine, please. I called the two of you together so that you could work things out. Rio held up his hands and got between the two women as Nodoka rose from her seat to confront her rival for her son's affections. I don't want either of you to double quote. Jasmine held up a hand, then gave Nodoka an especially cold stare. Do not worry, Mr. Saba. I did not come here to battle. If I had, then she would have been dead by now. Double quote you dare to threaten me in my own house. Nodoka said incredulously. Double quote I am only stating a fact, as well as giving you a warning, if you are even thinking of attacking me. Jasmine retorted. You heard Ranma, and my son is very dear to me. Double quote your son question mark exclamation point double quote yes. My son. I raised him. I fed him. I disciplined him. I gave him a home. I helped teach him to overcome that disability that your idiotic husband had caused, due to his total disregard for his child's safety and well-being. Ranma has a good chance of making it in this world. As far as I am concerned, he is my son, even if I hadn't given birth to him myself. Double quote why you exclamation point double quote you may resent me. You may even hate me, but I think it is because I got to be a part of Ranma's life, while you gave him away to Janma to do with as he pleased. Double quote I didn't give him away. It was part of his training to be double quote a man among men. Jasmine finished. Like that scum you call her husband. If he were my husband, I would have executed him a long time ago. However, the fact remains that you did bring Ranma into this world, and for that I am thankful. We are his mothers. You raised him for the first 5 years, while I raised him for the last 8. The big question still remains. What do we do about this now? Question mark double quote Nodoka clenched her fists and was considering pulling out her katana, despite her lack of skill with it. Luckily, the city hunter placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head, telling her with his eyes that any further hostilities would not help in this situation. Ranma single quote s birth mother reluctantly nodded as she took a deep breath and motioned for Jasmine to sit at the chair opposite to them. On top of Pepper's place. Ranma was playing on his flute as he thought back to his first meeting with his mother. Less than mother. Care. Now that was a joke. Greater than Ranma thought as his music took on a more saddened tone. Less than I should have known better. She married Janma after all. Greater than he stopped his playing to think about what had happened. Less than that again, I shouldn't have let my emotions cloud my better judgment. Maybe I was a bit harsh on her. Greater than the blind martial artist continued to ponder as he resumed to play. He was so deep in his thoughts that he almost missed the presence of another person, as he began to approach him with a stealth that put the best ninjas to shame. When the figure came within 20 meters of Ranma, the unseen light practitioner stopped playing and perked up his head with all his extraordinary senses on alert. He was instantly in a defensive stance as he reached out with his seventh sense. His ears, nose, and sixth sense were primed as they searched for any sign of the intruder. Who single quote asked their question mark double quote. There was no answer, but Ranma began receiving the spiritual impressions of the stranger and a sensation of darkness. It was a kind of icy coldness that made him tremble slightly, and his metaphysical perceptions felt as if they were being smothered. He sensed a malevolence that he had never encountered before, and it was directed at him. Something wanted him. Dead! The Amazon healer and warrior moved with a speed that made the most graceful of jungle cats seem clumsy. There was a large explosion as the spot he had been on a moment ago suddenly blew up, making a series of backflips to evade the flying debris. While placing his flute back in its hiding space, he then landed on another roof and reached out with his senses. Less than their exclamation point greater than making contact with his unknown adversary's aura. He cupped his hands, pulled them back and let loose with a ki blast. Spirit seeker exclamation point The blue-white bolt of ki went screaming toward its target like a homing missile and struck hard. However, Ranma was astonished when his senses told him that his projectile had no effect. The energy had winked out the moment it made contact with his opponent's aura. The darkness that he had sensed before had snuffed out his ki blast like a birthday candle. It was then that the stranger spoke. Oh, come on now. Surely a master of the unseen light can do better than that. To Ranma's ears, the voice had a chilling iciness to it, and there was no doubt in his mind what his attacker wanted. Ranma sensed a kind of bloodlust in that presence. He wanted his blood and would stop at nothing to spill it. The stranger smiled as he prepared to attack again. So, you know why I am here. Your sixth and seventh senses are indeed very developed. Yes, I am here to kill you. Jasmine single quote S adopted son had no time to wonder what his attacker was talking about or how he knew about his other senses. Ranma narrowly dodged another series of attacks, which caused more sections of roofing to be blown off. Less than what single quote S going on. I should be able to use just my sixth and seventh senses to detect his attacks in advance, but it's taking all my senses just to avoid them. greater than Ranma had discovered that something about that stranger was dulling his extra perception abilities. He should have been able to detect the attacks with several seconds to spare, but he was now only barely evading by scant milliseconds. He was also relying on changes of air currents, vibrations and sound to discern which direction the attacks were coming from. Less than and why did my spirit seeker fail? It hit him dead on, but it didn't hurt him in the least! Exclamation point greater than leaping on another roof. Shindu frowned as he tried to hit his opponent with another ki blast and missed. Less than HMM. This one is very skilled and his 6th and 7th senses are still working, even though my shadow aura is dampening them. I may have to get closer in order to render them useless. Greater than Shindu began moving in a crisscross pattern, closing the distance between them, while increasing the intensity of his dark aura. To a sighted person, Shindu didn't appear to have any aura, but to Ranma's senses, it was as if he was enveloped in a spreading cloak of darkness, which was causing the images in Ranma's head to become blurry and indistinct. As Shindu neared his prey, Ranma suddenly tripped over a loose tile and went down. Less than I tripped. No way. How could I have misjudged where that loose tile was? Greater than Ranma quickly got to his feet as he heard the sound of someone else landing on the same roof he was on. Exclamation point. Ranma had his staff out and ready as his enemy stood some 25 feet away. Surprised that your perceptions are not getting less defined? Shindu taunted as he held up his eyes. Soon, you will not have the 7th sense to guide you anymore and your 6th will follow. Then again, your enhanced senses will be of no use to you once you are dead. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? HMMM. Very well. I shall tell you before you die. I am Shindu of the Shadow's Eye. As soon as Ranma heard the name Shadow's Eyes, his blood ran cold. He began remembering back to his training with his master Kobe and the stories he had told of the only rival to the unseen light, the darker side, which was known as the Shadow's Eyes, the school of blind fighters whose sole purpose was to kill all users of the unseen light. So you know of my discipline, Shindu said with a grin. Yes, Master Koga did tell me of it. Ranma growled as he readied himself, then stiffened, as the images in his head became even more indistinct, until finally, there was nothing but darkness. How does it feel? Shindu asked with a hint of cruelty in his tone. Your 7th sense is now gone, isn't it? Your 6th sense is probably working at only 10% by now, and it too will fade shortly. It seems that my shadow aura has now snuffed out your unseen light. A pity. Oh, I can still see you. He then struck forward with his size, aiming the point of one at Ranma's heart. Using the sound of the sudden rush of air as his guide, Ranma twisted out of the way. The point of the Shindu's weapon missed its target and grazed Ranma's shoulder. The blind Amazon fighter followed through with a roundhouse kick and managed to tag his opponent in the back, knocking him away. However, Ranma felt a slight burning sensation and knew that his enemy's weapons had been poison-tipped. It wasn't enough to kill him instantly, but he didn't finish this fight soon. He would not live past morning. Shindu growled as he got back to his feet and held up his weapons for his final attack. A very good move, but you are finished. By now, your sixth sense is all but gone and your remaining senses will not save you from my final attack. Shindu began focusing his shadow aura into his weapons as he prepared to strike. Ranma knew in his gut that something was happening, but with his seventh sense gone and his sixth just faintly detecting the danger, he was at a disadvantage. He had to focus every ounce of will he had left into his senses and hoped that they would pull him through. It was then that Shindu launched his shadow thrust attack. The size let loose with twin beams of dark energy that would pierce Ranma's heart like a rapier's. There was no sound, no rush of air currents or any scent for Ranma to detect. Without his sixth or seventh sense, Ranma seemed doomed. However, dying was not on Ranma's agenda. He had endured through a lifetime of hardships and he wasn't about to give up now. Just as Shindu launched his attack, Ranma focused his mind on one thing, restarting his sixth sense. He concentrated as hard as he could and for one brief moment, he felt a slight buzzing in his head. It was enough as he swerved to the left, narrowly evading the attack as it blasted to small, deep holes in a wall behind him. Lot. Shindu cried out as he missed. That brief cry was all Ranma needed as he used his hearing to zero in on his enemy's position. He thrust out his staff and directed one end at him. Extend. GRAD exclamation point WHOMP exclamation point. Shindu was pushed back 100 feet as the staff slammed into his solar plexus. He hit another wall hard and made a deep impression in it as his opponent smiled. With Shindu's shadow aura now further away, Ranma's seventh and sixth had come back and he had a clear picture of his surroundings. Ranma began focusing his ki into the staff and launched his attack straight down its length. Unlike his previous ki blast, this one would not be engulfed by the Shindu's aura as the staff provided a direct conduit to its target. Spirit thrust exclamation point GGGGGGGHHHHH. The Shadow's Eye assassin was in agony as Ranma's energy flooded his own ki pathways. Several of those pathways were near bursting as Shindu desperately tried to wrench the pull free. He finally managed to break away, but his own senses were now frazzled. His perceptions were fuzzy and he was hearing a kind of rushing noise as his head throbbed in pain. He slumped down to his knees as he shook his head to clear it. It was then that he sensed the approach of others and decided that his chance to kill Ranma was gone. For now. However, this was not the end. He began leaping away from the scene, and though his own perceptions were imbalanced, he was still able to away as Ranma's Amazon friends came to their comrades' aid. Ranma. Are you alright? Pepper asked as she, lilac, perfume, shampoo and cologne came to where he was now on his knees. They had come onto the roof of the restaurant when they heard the commotion, but by then, Ranma and Shindu were already hopping rooftops and had ended up nearly 10 blocks away. Ranma was currently pressing some pressure points on his body to slow the spread of the poison, while making some of his medicinal supplies appear. However, the ordeal had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. After finishing up with the last of the pressure points, he collapsed forward. Much later. I cannot understand how this Shindu person had come so close to killing you, Cologne remarked after Ranma had told her and the others what had happened. Currently, Jasmine was still at the Sodom residence and did not know about her son's near-death experience. Yes, I thought that your seventh and sixth sense made it impossible for someone to get within 50 feet of you, without you knowing. Pepper said. It is difficult, but not impossible, Ranma said slowly as he lay in a bed with his shoulder bandaged up. He brought up his knees and wrapped his arms around them. He was silent for a very long while. Then how did this person do it? Cologne asked. Ranma continued to be silent for a few minutes more before finally answering. It's because he's been trained in a martial art that is the only rival to the unseen light. Lot. There is another martial art for the blind. Cologne became very interested in this information. The other Amazons also became attentive as Ranma began explaining to them what his master Koga had told him. Once upon a time, 1500 years ago to be precise, the unseen light was born, and with it came its darker side, the shadows. In a hotel room, we find Shindu sitting cross-legged on the floor and seemingly deep in meditation. However, his inner being was in turmoil as he strove to right his disrupted key pathways. Ranma had very nearly caused his death with the spirit thrust technique. The Shadow's Eye fighter had gravely underestimated his opponent. It was now clear to him that the adopted Amazon had a greater mastery over the unseen light than Koga or Shoga. Just as he was focusing his concentration on the last of his unstable key lines, he suddenly sensed the essence of another. Though they were thousands of miles apart, Shindu and his master could easily communicate with each other through the void. You have failed, Shindu. Shindu's master scolded. I apologize, master. I did not expect Koga's disciple to be that gifted. Shindu replied. What would you have expected? Koga had been a formidable adversary. It would be logical that his student would be as powerful, if not more so. I will not fail again, master. Shindu assured. You know the penalty if you do not succeed. The void may give us strength, but it can just as easily take that strength away. Failure to carry out its will entitles to a fate far worse than death. Pepper single quote s place double quote the void. Cologne asked. Ranma shrugged as he tried to explain. Well, That's what it's been called, and it is the source of power for all users of the Shadow's eyes. What exactly is this void? Shampoo asked. Well, the void is to the Shadow's eye as the unseen light is to me. You single quote Ray, not making any sense, Ranma. Pepper remarked. I suppose it is kind of confusing at first. I guess I should start at the beginning. Somewhere around 500 AD, a group of Zen monks was making a pilgrimage through China. They encountered a band of marauders and nearly all of the monks were slaughtered, except for 8 members, who managed to escape. However, they did not get away totally unscathed. I have a feeling that I know what happened. Cologne said. Ranma nodded. You guess right. 4 of them had been permanently blinded and had to rely on the others for guidance. All of them been seriously wounded and would have perished, had they not stumbled on a place of great good and evil. It was an ancient shrine that was hidden deep within the forests near what is now Beijing. Shrine? Cologne inquired. And what exactly did they find in this place? They found both their salvation and their downfall. Ranma replied as he continued to tell the Amazons of his school's origins. Outside Tokyo's limits. A large predatory cat silently padded its way through the forests near the city. It had just recently escaped from a band of poachers who had captured it in China several weeks ago. They had intended to sell it to the zoo, but the tiger had managed to break free of its cage and fled into the wilderness near the coastlines. Now it was steadily making its way toward the city of Tokyo. However, this was no ordinary Bengal tiger. What set this cat apart from its brethren was that its senses operated on much higher levels than what was considered normal. Not only were its senses of hearing, smell, and taste more acute, but it could also detect faint emanations of ki. The tiger had detected a familiar set of oars, which had arrived at the same port several weeks prior to its own unintentional trip across the sea. It had also picked up some recognizable scents as well. Shinu twitched the ears and sniffed about for Ranma's trail. One right parenthesis to be continued. For single quotes notes. Well, I know that it isn't much, but I wanted to make the origins of the unseen light and Shadow's eye as a separate chapter, instead of one lengthy explanation. I also decided to add Ranma's pet tiger into the mix for a little bit of interest. 1. Shinu's captured by the poachers will be told in the second part of the Fighting Blind side story, which I'm finally restarting. A Fighting Blind side story introduction. This is a story of blind Ranma's childhood during his training in the unseen light with Koga. A lot of readers have asked me if Ranma had ever encountered the Musk dynasty, and this tale will deal with that and a few other aspects. Disclaimer: none of these characters are my own and therefore the blame must not be placed on me. Less than, greater than, Chinese language ***, thoughts can. I keep him ? Part 1. Ranma at age 12 in a forest clearing near the village of New Chizu, a young, sightless boy was busy with his bow staff katas outside the boundaries of the training grounds of Cursed Springs, Juzenkyo. As he swung his wooden weapon around in intricate patterns of thrusts and parries at imagined enemies, he also concentrated on his surroundings as his enhanced natural senses of smell, hearing, taste and touch reached out and took in as much information as they could. His developing sixth sense was on the lookout for anything that threatened him, and his seventh sense was giving him moderately detailed images in his mind of the forest he was in. A short distance away, a mother Bengal tiger and her only cub was stalking some prey near the steep cliffs of Juzenkyo. As the large cat began teaching her offspring on how to hunt and pounce on prey, the two became very edgy as they neared the magically infused pools of the training ground. Like most animals, the tigress and her cub had a sensitivity toward things of a mystical nature, which mirrored Ranma's own sixth and seventh senses. The cub mewed a bit and shared the same sensation of uneasiness that his mother was feeling. The young cat still had tufts of baby fur around the ears and tail, as its pelt was just starting to darken. The stripes were prominently displayed, which will allow the kitten to blend in with grasses and foliage. One very distinguishing feature was that it had a small notch on the top of the left ear. The cub had encountered a very touche lizard, which had taken a bite out of its ear before scampering off. After that experience, the cub made it a point to not wander off again. At this point in time, hunger was the primary concern as the tigress decided to force away her feelings of anxiety as she neared her intended kill, which happened to be a very fat boar. Her cub also needed to be fed as he had just been weaned from his mother's milk and had started on a diet of meat. As she neared the boar while her cub was standing a few yards away and watching, the tigress tensed up and prepared to pounce. The boar was feeding on some fungi near the edge of one of the steep cliffs that overlooked the training grounds. There would be no escape. Taking a deep, low growl, she bent down low, then leapt out from the cover of some large bushes for the kill. Unfortunately, the boar squealed as it saw that it was being attacked, and just managed to scamper off to one side, narrowly evading the tigress' extended claws. As her prey scrambled away, the predatory cat's fate was sealed as she landed on a very unstable part of the cliff. Her heavier weight caused the ledge to collapse and the doomed female tiger let off a final anguished roar as she tumbled down the slopes of Juzenkyo. The young cub let off a horrified yelp as he saw his mother fall down the side of the cliff. He hunched down scared as he suddenly found itself an orphan and alone in the world. For a long while, he didn't know what to do, but finally, he gathered enough courage to slowly approach the edge where he had seen his mother disappear. He carefully looked over the side and saw a landscape of pools below. The cub then saw that the surface of the nearest pool was still rippling. Unknown to the young tiger, he had just witnessed the creation of the spring of ground tigress, a very tragic story of a mother tiger that drowned in Juzenkyo. 2 minutes ago. The young cub was still unsure of what to do, when the ledge he was standing on gave way, and he too went tumbling down the slopes. It seemed that the cub would join his mother as he let off a pathetic cry, which wasn't likely to be heard by anyone, except for a certain disciple of the unseen light. Ranma was just finishing his katas, when heard a huge roar, followed by the sounds of small landslide. He decided to investigate and went off toward the sound. His seventh sense was developed enough to allow him to navigate through the forest with little difficulty, but it and his sixth sense began going to full alert as he neared the outer boundaries of Juzenkyo. He winced as he started receiving multiple signals, as if he was in a huge crowd of people and animals. The essences of those who had drowned at Juzenkyo was giving him quite a headache, but Ranma bit down and tried to focus his senses forward. It was then that he caught the signal of something tumbling down the slopes of Juzenkyo from above, as well as hear the sound which resembled the meow of a cat. Ranma shivered a bit at the memory of the Nakoken training, but he then realized that something was about to land into a pool. His mother had warned him never to go to Juzenkyo, though she had not told him as to why it was considered dangerous. The only thing she had said to him was that anyone who fell into the pools would be cursed. Ranma raced toward the base of the cliffs, just near the edge of a pool, which happened to be uncursed at the moment, and then sensed that a small shape was just about to land into the waters. Ranma reached out with his staff and braced himself as something landed heavily on the end of it. Just as it made contact, Ranma swung the staff to one side, away from the pool, and set whatever it was safely and gently down on the ground. He pulled back his staff and reached out with his senses at the animal he had just saved from creating the spring of ground tiger cub. The little cat shook his head to clear it and then looked up at his savior. He then tensed up and went into a kind of defensive crouch with his claws extended and baring his teeth. The cub let off a low growl as he tried to make himself look bigger and more dangerous than he actually was, though he was about half the size of a large tomcat. He still retained a few tufts of down around the ears and face, and his stripes were just starting to show on his fur and tail. Ranma blanched a bit as he recognized the image in his head. He had just saved a cat. Though it had been more than 6 years since his experience with the cat fist training, he still shivered a bit at the memory. The last thing he had seen before he was rendered blind was a set of claws. His seventh sense was informing him that this cat had its claws extended toward him, and he could tell that the animal was both nervous and frightened. Though the young boy had thankfully not learned the cat fist, nor gained the irrational fear toward cats, he still was a bit edgy whenever he was near anything feline. A few Amazons kept cats as house pets, and it took some time for Ranma to get used to their presence. However, with this cat, he felt something different. He could detect that the cat was scared and was feeling sadness. It was as if he had experienced seeing a traumatic event and was unsure of what to do. Ranma could relate to that as he remembered back to that time in the hospital after awakening to a world of darkness. He could detect a very young, inexperienced mind and decided that this cat needed someone, just as he did all those years back. Ranma carefully knelt down and placed his staff off to one side. The cub tensed up and prepared for any sudden movements. The young boy recalled back to the lessons that his master had taught him about encountering wild animals. Beasts could sense the emotions of others, and it would be best if the blind boy did not emit any feelings or make any sudden movements that might startle the cub. He began focusing his aura and directed a sense of serenity and peace toward the orphan tiger, while slowly, very carefully, moving his hands toward him with palms up. Double quote shhhh. It all right. I'm not here to hurt you. Double quote. The cub made a few short swipes at him, but remained his crouched position as Ranma continued to inch his way toward him. The blind boy would stop when he detected that the cub was getting nervous, then start again when the cat calmed down. For a long time, Ranma patiently made his way toward the frightened feline, while still emitting his aura in a soothing manner. Finally, after over an hour, Ranma smiled as his finger lightly touched the cat's fur and began stroking gently. After another half hour, the cat was relaxed enough as Ranma carefully picked up the cub and cradled it in his arms. The cub began making some purring noises as the unseen light disciple brought it close to him. Later, back in the village. Double quote exclamation point double quote. Many of the villagers who were passing by Jasmine's home were startled by her scream after Ranma came in through the front door and showed her the bundle that he carried with him. Less than double quote Ranma. Where did you get that? Greater than less than double quote. I found him near Juzenkyo and double quote greater than less than double quote JUSENKYO. What were you doing there? Exclamation point double quote greater than less than. Well, I heard a noise and then I saved him from falling into the pools. Can I keep him? Greater than less than double quote keep him. Or anime. Do you realize what you've got? Greater than less than double quote yes. He's just a kitten and double quote greater than. Jasmine took a deep breath and looked at her adopted son with an exasperated expression before informing him in a calmer, yet still firm tone. Less than double quote Ranma, that is not a kitten. That is a tiger cub. Wherever you found him, put him back immediately. His mother is probably looking for him right now. Besides, you can't keep a tiger in the village. Greater than. Ranma focused his senses on the squirming bundle in his arms and realized at that moment that the feline he had certainly didn't smell or sound like the other domesticated cats in the village. He had thought he had come across a stray. He wondered why he never noticed it before. He could also feel the more wild spirit within the cub. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to part the little guy after spending so much time gaining his trust. Then he recalled the sadness that the cub had emitted and decided to probe deeper. He gasped as he detected the sense of great loss and utter sadness from the orphan feline. There had to be only one thing that could invoke such an emotion, and he did sense another feline presence nearby where he found the cub. At Juzenkyo. Less than double quote put mom double quote greater than less than double quote no buts. Ranma. Take him back to wherever you found him exclamation point double quote greater than less than double quote put double quote greater than less than double quote Ranma double quote greater than Jasmine warned Ranma was about to protest further, but began picking up sensations which told him that his Amazon mother would brook no argument double quote I don't want to leave him all alone, Master Koga double quote I single quote I'm sorry Ranma, but I must agree with Jasmine. A tiger in the village is just asking for trouble. You'll have to take back that cub to its mother. Koga indicated to the cub in Ranma's arms double quote well it's not really that easy. Master double quote what do you mean? Your sense of smell is just as good as mine and you could probably track down his mother with no problems double quote oh. I have a pretty good idea where Shinu's mother might be, Ranma said quietly with a sheepish, yet sad tone double quote Shinu question mark double quote I sense a brave spirit in this one, don't you? And even though I've only met him today, I know he'd make a great friend double quote Koga couldn't help but smile at his student as he detected a strong spirit in the cub, then he became serious again. Ranma, what did you mean that you have a good idea where his mother might be question mark double quote Ranma sadly sighed as he gestured for his master to follow him double quote so that's it. Koga said as he and Ranma stood before the pool where Shinu's mother had perished. In his arms, Shinu tried to squirm out of Ranma's arms and dive into the pool where his mother's remains lay double quote can you sense it question mark double quote yes, Ranma. It seems that you are now responsible for a little Shinu double quote does that mean I can keep him? Ranma asked hopefully. Koga let off a tired sigh. Shinu cannot stay in the village. He then sensed the sadness in his pupil and added with a small smile, however, that does not mean you cannot care for him. We'll work something out double quote eventually. Koga and Ranma made a small home for his new pet in one of the many caves of the Bayankala Mountains. The blind master had decided that caring and raising Shinu would help teach Ranma responsibility and give him a good companion. At this point in his training, Ranma was still considered an unwanted outsider in the village and had very few friends among the Amazons, besides his cousin Shampoo and some of the males like Razor, the apprentice met and weaponsmith. A pet might ease Ranma's feelings of loneliness and get him out of his isolated shell. Double quote Ranma has a pet? Cologne asked with interest as she and Koga sipped some tea at her house. Double quote yes. He found an orphan tiger cub near Juzenkyo and he's now caring for it. His mother raised quite a fuss when he brought it into the house. She told him to take it back, but he was already quite taken with the cub. In any case, with its mother dead, he couldn't just release it into the wild. It would have perished soon afterwards. Double quote a tiger cub? Cologne said with surprise. Now that's an unusual pet. Where is it? Question mark double quote. We single quote set up a small home for it in one of the many caves in the eastern mountain areas, away from the village of course. We don't want little Shinyu ending up as a hunting trophy, right? He then became a bit sheepish. We haven't told Jasmine about it, and I would prefer to have it remain that way. Double quote. Cologne nodded. Still, raising a tiger cub is quite a responsibility. Double quote. A responsibility that I'm certain that Ranma will be able to handle. In fact, teaching Shinyu how to survive in the wild will also sharpen Ranma's senses as well. Double quote. I can imagine. However, I am still uneasy about double quote. Ranma and the Nakoken. Koga finished for her. Do not worry. I think that with the arrival of Shinyu, we can safely say that my disciple does not have the dreaded cat fist. He's gotten used to the cats in the village, and since Shinyu is a big cat, even though he's still a cub, Ranma has shown none of the madness of the Nakoken. Double quote. Cologne was silent as she thought about it, then nodded in agreement. For the last few years, the elder had been silently fearing that Ranma had learned the irrational and potentially dangerous technique. For that reason, she had been keeping the cats of the village at a distance from him. However, with the boy more than willing to raise a large predatory cat with none of the accompanying fear or madness, proved once and for all that Ranma did not learn the cat fist during his time with his worthless father. 1 year later. Double quote. Shinyu, where are you? Ranma called out as he approached the cave in which he kept his oversized pet. Over the past 12 months, Ranma had been secretly raising the tiger cub on how to hunt and survive on his own. The cat was also a good training partner to help Ranma with his stealth and tracking skills. Every time Ranma came to the cave, they would play a little game in which they would try to catch each other off guard. As of now, Ranma could detect the presence of his feline friend, but Shinyu was doing a pretty good job in masking his exact whereabouts. Over the past year, Shinyu's own personal aura had been taking on a kind of special property all of its own. Whether this was due to being in close proximity to Ranma's specialized ki energies or if Shinyu had somehow learned how to manipulate its own aura, one cannot say. However, Ranma found it extremely difficult to detect his pet when it focused its inner power to blend in with the surrounding area. Even Koga was impressed at how the cat could minimize detection of its ki. Unless Shinyu relaxed his concentration, only at close range could the blind boy feel the ki of his tiger with his sixth sense. Until he was near enough, Ranma had to rely on his senses of smell, touch, hearing and his still developing seventh sense. Ranma then began to slow down as he neared the cave and went into a kind of crouching stance. He extended his seventh sense outward and took in every little detail as his nostrils flared for any trace of his pet's scent. In his mind, he saw the rough outlines of the cave entrance, the foot of the mountain, and the lush bushes which grew all around. He tensed up when his seventh sense picked up a very rough, almost indistinct outline of something that was not part of the landscape. He smiled as he focused in on the shape and then caught a very slight whiff of a certain feline. Shinyu was hiding in some very thick and fragrant hedges to try and mask his scent. The boy also could detect the thermal emanations coming from the tiger's body heat. Ranma then made it look as if he didn't know where Shinyu was as he turned his back to where the tiger was and took a few steps away from him. That was when Shinyu made his move and pounced on the unseen-like disciple. 100 pounds of year-old predatory feline came hurtling at him with a roar. However, at the last instant, Ranma ducked, letting Shinyu pass over him, missing him by inches. He then tackled his tiger as the cat landed a few meters away. The two playfully tumbled down a slope before rolling to a stop at the bottom with Ranma on top. They wrestled with each other for a few more minutes before they both stopped at the sound of a person applauding. Koga smiled as he finished applauding and walked toward his pupil and his pet. "Very good, Ranma. I noticed that you managed to pick up Shinyu, despite his ability to mask himself." He then crouched down to stroke Shinyu behind the ear. "And you didn't do too badly yourself, Shinyu. The tiger let of a pleased purr. He had gotten used to Ranma and his master as their oars were similar. It was at that moment that the cat suddenly stiffened as he detected something, or someone was approaching. Kobe and Ranma also sensed the presences and the blind master shuddered a bit as he recognized the key signatures. Ranma, take Shinyu and go hide in the cave. Now! But master, what is question mark do as I say. Unless I tell you, do not come out. Mask your aura. You 'tis Shinyu. Go now! The unseen light master leapt off without another word as Ranma led his pet into the cave. Koga leapt high and hid himself in the branches of a tall tree. As the intruders neared where Ranma and Shinyu were hiding, he subtly extended his senses to scan them. He frowned as the heavily armed warriors of the Musk dynasty passed by. Ranma's mentor had very bad memories of his encounter with the rivals of the Joksuzoku when he was a child. The last image he had seen with his eyes was the flash of Musk Warrior's knife during an attack when he was 11. Since that time, after mastering the unseen light, the blind martial artist had occasionally encountered the Musk dynasty during their brief and infrequent skirmishes with the warrior women. He had even killed several of their strongest warriors, but always in self-defense, and he made certain to leave no evidence which may reveal the existence of the unseen light. The Musk had been circulating rumors among themselves that the Amazons were in possession of some new techniques which could evade detection by even their key abilities and could fell their strongest fighters. Koga's senses counted 7 in the hunting party and each had phenomenal key and physical abilities. This was only to be expected as he knew that the Musk depended heavily on the springs of Juzenkyo for their way of life. They would have animals dunked into the spring of Ground Girl, then lock the poor beast in its cursed form before mating with them. The offspring that were created by the unions possessed the powers of the animals such as enhanced endurance, strength and heightened senses, as well as increased key stores. Koga also knew of what they did to females when they found them, which is why the Amazons were especially wary of them. It was one thing to be defeated in fair combat and bring strong blood into their ranks, but it was quite another thing to be forced into slavery. So far, the Joksuzoku still reigned supreme in the Bayankala Mountains, but they had only been able to hold out for this long as the Musk lacked the techniques and skills to efficiently use the rocky potential at their disposal. Koga became relieved when he sensed that the Musk hunting party had not detected him nor Ranma and his pet. They began moving away from the cave's location and headed east. Though Koga was quite capable of taking on the Musk fighters, he had the safety of his pupil to think about. Ranma represented the future hope of Koga's school. The blind master had begun to feel the effects of old age creeping up on him. Once he was gone, the boy would become the sole heir to his legacy. When he was sure that the hunting party was far enough away, Koga leapt down from the tree and hurried back to where Ranma and Shinu were hiding. It was at that moment that he stopped as he detected the presence of another person that was sneaking around the area. He frowned as he recognized that key signature and rushed to intercept him before he found Ranma. I single quote LLB. Damned if I let that fat panda get a hold of Ranma now. Janma quietly neared the place where he thought he saw his missing son the day before. For the last 5 years, he had been trying to steal Ranma back from the Amazons, but with no luck whatsoever. Those blasted warrior women always prevented him from getting within 100 feet of the village gates, and the fat martial artist had to bide his time and wait for his son to come out into the open. A few days ago, he had caught brief glimpses of Ranma playing around with some big cat around the foot of the mountain, but whenever he rushed to reclaim his property, Ranma would be gone from sight. What he didn't know was that Koga always kept a close watch on his disciple and kept him away from Janma during their training excursions. He had also chosen Shinu's den in one of the hundreds of caves that were located at the foot of the mountain. Many of those caves had connecting tunnels and passageways. One could spend years exploring them all. The greedy disciple of the anything goes rubbed his palms together with glee. Soon he would have his son and meal ticket back, and his luxurious retirement at the Tendo Dojo would be assured. He could feel his son's presence was nearby. It wouldn't be long now! However, Janma's plans would once again be foiled as he came to a clearing that stopped just short of the path that led to where Ranma and Shinu were hiding. Just as he stepped forward, a figure leapt down from above and landed down in front of him. Janma could only say a startled "huh" before Koga gave him a hard blow to his paunch, causing him to double over. He followed through with a whack to the head with his cane. Ranma's father went down like a sack of potatoes. The blind man then hurried to Shinu's den after ascertaining that Janma would not wake up for a few minutes. Double quote, where are we going, master? Ranma asked as Koga motioned for Shinu to follow. I'm afraid that we are going to have to move Shinu to a new den location. This place is getting to be too crowded. The blind master replied. Ranma nodded as he and his pet followed his mentor down the dark passageway that was at the rear of the cave. The tunnel was unlit, but since Ranma and Koga were blind and Shinu had excellent night vision, there was no need for torches. As the young boy and his tiger went on ahead, Koga raised a hand and extended a finger. He pressed a digit to the surface of one of the walls and focused his key into the rock. He then turned and followed Ranma and Shinu. The spot where he had pressed his finger to glowed slightly as the key worked its way into the wall. Ranma just came to his senses, such as they were, and began looking around for the person who had suddenly appeared and knocked him out. He wondered just who that stranger was and why he suddenly attacked him. He soon put those thoughts aside as he neared the place where he was sure that his son was. Nothing could stop him from claiming him now! It was at that moment that he heard a dull, muffled noise, followed by the sounds of falling rock. By the time he got to the place where Shinu's den had been located at, he stopped short as he saw that there was nothing left but mounds of dirt and rocks. Apparently, there had been a landslide and anything that had been here was probably buried beneath tons of rubble. Ranma as father snorted in disgust as he saw that there was no sign of his wayward son and decided to look for him elsewhere. He let out a disappointed sigh and went off in another direction. Koga smiled with satisfaction as he sensed Ranma moving away from the area. Ranma, Shinu and himself were now at another cave, just a few hundred meters adjacent to the one that he had caused to collapse. The delayed breaking point had done its job and he was glad that the immediate threat to Ranma's safety was over. He was also glad that Ranma did not have to meet up with the Mus today, especially at his tender age. However, he knew that Ranma would eventually tangle with the likes of them soon enough. What Koga did not know was just how soon Ranma would encounter the rivals of the Jokutsuzoku. A few months after that incident, Shampoo was out in a forest clearing near the foot of a nearby mountain, practicing. With the new Blind3 clubs that Razor had just fashioned for her. She had just begun using the heavy war clubs and was relatively clumsy with them as she trained to adjust to their weight. Many girls in the village had questioned her decision to use them as her primary weapons, since the Blind3 had no sharp edges and appeared somewhat ungainly and bulky in comparison with the slim young girl. Shampoo was passing through puberty and her body had become more curved as her femininity continued to blossom. Like many Amazon girls, Shampoo's body underwent changes much sooner than what was considered normal by the outside world. When she was 11, she was already in need of a bra. At first, naturally, Ranma didn't know what to make of the swelling in his cousin's chest when they practiced grappling. He thought she had some sort of illness. His mother Jasmine had quite an uneasy time explaining to her son about the differences between males and females, especially since she couldn't use any visual aids. She had to resort to hands-on demonstrations while teaching Ranma shiatsu techniques. There was no shortage of willing volunteers to help with Ranma's education, in many cases, a little too willing for Jasmine's liking. Jasmine couldn't really blame those girls as her adopted child had begun to grow ever more pleasant-looking as he approached his teenage years. And as Ranma's cousin, best friend, childhood playmate and regular sparring partner, Shampoo was especially aware of how the blind boy was maturing. In addition to her body becoming more curved, the purple-haired girl was also experiencing the effect of hormones on her early adopt Cologne single quote as great-granddaughter continued to swing her weapons and shot the arcs as she imagined herself being surrounded by dozens of enemies nearby. The elder watched and nodded as she assessed the progress her prodigy. She then sensed the presence of something else that was quietly stalking near where Shampoo was. She looked around and saw the slight rustle of some bushes, some 50 yards from the clearing. Her eyes narrowed as she focused in on the hedges. She saw a striped form and realized that her great-granddaughter was the intended prey of a tiger! The ancient woman quickly swept up her staff and mentally chided herself for not sensing the predator sooner. How did that beast get so close without her detecting it? The only ones who could ever come within an arm's length without her knowing were Kobe and his pupil. The two blind martial artists had mastered some kind of technique that could mask their ores, putting even the stealth skills of the Japanese ninja and the Joksuzoku to shame. They were as silent as a deserted temple and could move without making even the slightest whisper. Just as Cologne was about to spring to save her relative, a cane was thrust out in front of her. She stopped and looked up, seeing Koga standing next to her with his walking stick held out. The blind master shook his head as he smiled at the elder. Shampoo is in no danger. This is just Shinu's way of saying hello to his friends. The only thing that Cologne could say was a confused "huh" before she heard a sharp roar and the rustle of branches as the tiger leapt out and dashed towards Shampoo. Just as the girl turned around, Shinu tackled her and drove her to the ground while knocking the bonburi out of her hands. Shampoo. Cologne cried out as she rushed forward to save her great-granddaughter from being mauled by that ferocious beast, but stopped in her tracks when she saw that Shampoo was actually laughing out loud as she and the tiger playfully wrestled on the grass. They rolled about until Shinu had her pinned beneath him and was affectionately slobbering her face with his tongue. Little Shinu was huge. In the last year, he had grown from a cute, oversized cub to very large, and quite dangerous-looking feline with paws that could easily cover Shampoo's face. He weighed in at around 400 pounds and had very long, razor-sharp teeth that could cut through thick leather or even metal plates. He was about half the size of a horse and his pelt was a rich gold with ebony stripes. His form was both as graceful as it was powerful. Cologne's single quote as staff dropped from her hand as she continued to stare at her granddaughter, joyfully begging Shinu to stop with the dreaded washcloth tongue of submission. Behind her, Koga snickered. Double quote. You could have told me that was Ranma's pet tiger, and that it already knew my great-granddaughter. Cologne said with annoyance as she and Koga sat on some rocks near the clearing where Shampoo and Shinu were playing. Koga chuckled a bit before addressing her. You know, it's times like this that I wish I could see again. That look that you had before must have been priceless! Double quote A few more months later. Janma was once again prowling around in the caves that dotted the foot of the Bayankala Mountains, determined to claim his wayward son. He was certain that he had seen his child somewhere around there, but with so many hiding places and interlocking tunnels, it was like searching an oversized gopher's home. The tunnels often became cramped, which made it difficult for Janma's large bulk to navigate through. The passageways frequently twisted and looped around each other, making it hard for him to know which direction he was heading. And with nothing to illuminate the tunnels, he was forced to grope about in the dark. Janma had tried taking a torch with him, but after the first few attempts, he realized that they did more harm than good. The smoke from the torch would often get trapped and create a noxious cloud that made it difficult to breathe, especially in those tight areas. He later made an oath to steal a flashlight the next time he went into town to pilfer some food. What Janma did not know was that the maze of tunnels was created specially to keep him from ever finding Ranma. Koga had secretly used his advanced breaking point to carve out a network of decoy tunnels during the nights after he and Ranma made a new den for Shinu. All he did was take the existing pattern of naturally formed passageways, made some dead ends, and redirected a few others so that they'd circle about and lead Janma right back to where he started from. Koga had also added a few dozen booby traps for that booby. There were several pitfalls with some very nasty thorns lining their bottoms, a few tripwires which either released a rock slide or caused Janma to fall flat on his face, as well as some snares. More often than not, Janma would emerge from the maze with numerous bruises, cuts and scrapes, and always empty-handed. Today had been especially rough as Janma groaned after falling down yet another pitfall. This drop had been especially painful when he sprained his foot on the landing. He had thought that there weren't any more since the last time he had explored the caves, but unknown to him, Koga had dug several more the previous week. A few minutes later, he found his way out, but just as Ranma's father emerged into daylight from a side exit in the mountain, he suddenly stiffened when he heard a low growl. His pupils shrank to pinpricks when he saw a very big and very hungry-looking cat with stripes in front of him that was crouched low, as if ready to spring. Normally, when Janma was faced with a danger that he could not win or escape from, such as his perverted master Hako's eyes, he'd employ the crouch of the white tiger. That particular move wouldn't work in this case, especially with the way that Shinu was licking his chops. After he had bruised and stumbled his way through those accursed tunnels, plus spraining his foot in the bargain, Janma wasn't 100% certain that he could fight off 400 pounds of fur, fangs and claws. His body trembled and he swallowed hard as he desperately looked about for an avenue of escape. Shinju was a bit puzzled that this person had a similar scent to Ranma, but decided that since he also sensed a kind of hostile aura around the man, the fat martial artist was fair game. Ranma was invading his territory and the tiger already knew that he wasn't from the Amazon village. He figured that driving the intruder off would be enough, and if he persisted, well, panda steaks could be tasty. However, a Juzenkiyo cursed martial artist was not going to be on Shinju's menu today. A sharp voice called out from behind him, just as he was ready to charge. SHINYU. Halt! Said exclamation point. The tiger obeyed without question and sat down on his haunches as Cody appeared from behind a tree. Janma let off a sigh of relief and addressed his savior. Thank you, sir. You saved me from that horrible beast! Exclamation point. Cody single quote s brow furrowed as he reined in his disgust of this man. Actually, I wanted to save my prodigy's pet from getting a bad case of indigestion. Furthermore, there's no telling what kind of disease he might pick up from you. He could get rabies. The blind master stroked the big cat behind the left ear, just below the notch. Janma sputtered at Cody's comment, but then noticed that he looked familiar. Say, have we met before? You could say that. Cody replied as he deftly twirled his walking stick, then took a stance, which wasn't at all friendly. Leaves here now, Janma showed him, and never returned. How do you know my name? I know all about you, Janma showed him. Cody replied with a very cold tone. Shinju gave a low rumbling growl and went back into his crouch. I know of your past crimes and why you are here. Now wait a minute. What's all this about? Ranma's birth father stuttered. He definitely did not like the way things seemed to be heading. Judging by the blind man's stance, the fat martial artist could tell that Cody was not someone to be taken lightly. If you think that I will allow you to take Ranma back so that you may sell and use him to satisfy your greed, then you are sadly mistaken. Last warning. Leave now. Or else! The little light bulb in Janma's head clicked on when he heard his son's name. Ranma. You know where he is? The blind master nodded. I do. However, I shall not allow his pathetic excuse for a father to get his hands on him. Ever! I demand that you. DRK! Janma single quote s demand remained unfinished when Cody suddenly threw an arm forward with the palm spread wide. The balding martial artist suddenly felt a surge of ki being emitted from his opponent, but he could not see it. Then, something hit hard into his gut, driving him back with considerable force and causing the air to be expelled from his lungs. It felt as if he had been hit by an open-hand strike, But the facts were that Koba had not taken a step toward him and was at least some 20 feet away when he attacked Ranma. Sensei lowered his hand after giving Ranma a demonstration of the unseen light's offensive capabilities. An unseen light fighter could use one's ki for the seventh sense, but one can also use it to extend one's reach and strike from a distance. Koba's control over his ki was so refined, he could use it like an invisible fist, both to eyes and ki senses. This gave new meaning to the term unseen light. Ranma coughed and wheezed a bit from the unexpected attack and held his aching gut. He had no idea how that old man had accomplished it. Even his own heightened awareness had been caught off guard. He started to believe that the stranger knew some kind of technique that was similar to his vacuum blades, which he had long sealed away. Unseen light special attack. Spirit strike. Koba said while taking a new stance with his walking stick held out in front of him. Last chance, Sodom. Leave! Not without my son. Ranma shouted back as he took a stance. He believed that he could defeat this man, despite that strange technique he had used. It was then that he felt several areas of his body begin flaring pain. His arms, legs and upper torso flared with sharp, searing sensations that was like being stabbed by knives. His body trembled and he thought keep on his feet. It felt as if his whole body was on fire. Finally, after what seemed to be an eternity, the pain finally stopped and Ranma shuddered with relief while looking back at his opponent with confusion. Surprised, Sodom? Koba asked in a mocking tone. Let me explain to you what had just happened. There's a reason why I called that the spirit strike. I hit you with a concentrated blast of ki, aimed specifically at a certain pressure point, which caused all that ki to run along your own body's natural ki pathways. What you just experienced was the overload as your body rushed to expel the excess energy. And I only hit you with a small fraction of my full strength. Think well of what might have happened if I struck you with greater force. This made Ranma's father pause. An intense overload of his ki pathways would have caused his body to rupture, like in that online Fist of the North Star. However, unlike that online, this was all too real. However, Ranma was nothing if not stubborn, or stupid, take your pick, as he believed that if he could get close enough, he could take out Koba before he could use that technique again. He thought up a plan that he was sure would work. The anything-goes martial artist decided to fall back on his most reliable ploy. He quickly took several steps forward and please don't kill me. I'm sorry! Koba became very disgusted at Ranma's crouch of the white tiger, which was insulting to Shinu. He lowered his cane and that's when Ranma made his move. While he was on his knees, he grabbed 2 handfuls of soil and then sprang forward, throwing the dirt into Koba's face. Thinking that he would be blinded, Ranma attacked. However, Koba had been expecting the attack and just let Ranma throw dirt in his face. His eyes no longer responded to stimuli, since the nerves had been rendered inactive after he had lost his sight. This included irritation to the outer membranes of his eyes. Just as Ranma swung a fist at Koga's face, the blind master's sixth and seventh senses warned him as they tracked the punch. Ranma's sensei calmly brought up an open palm, intercepted the fist, and applied crushing pressure to it, making Ranma scream out in pain as he felt cartilage pop and ligaments threaten to snap. Like Ranma, growing up with the warrior women had given Koga Amazonian strength and endurance. He then hauled on Ranma's captured hand and rammed it into Ranma's groin, causing him to howl. He released his grip on Ranma's hand. This allowed his opponent to stagger back, while clutching at the family jewels. Exclamation point. Koga lowered his cane and relaxed in a neutral stance, waiting for Ranma's father to recover. Beside him, Shinyu was still tensed and ready to pounce on the fat martial artist if Koga needed his help. However, the tiger could see that Ranma's master had things well in hand. That was a dishonorable attack. Why you cheated? A true martial artist would never stoop to such underhand moves. Ranma gasped out. No, Koga said, not caring at all. And I suppose that throwing dirt into your opponent's eyes is considered fair. Not that it mattered to someone who is blind. He added silently as he casually brushed the soil from his face. You, Ranma Sodom, are nothing but a hypocrite. You have no idea what is honorable. You only use honor as an excuse to get what you want, and disregard it when it gets in your way. Your fighting style is the anything goes, which basically has only real rule. There are no rules. So how can you say that I cheated? Ranma gritted his teeth, then tried another secret Sodom tactic. Look over there. Ranma pointed to an empty space behind Koga, then tried to boomrush him. Of course, Koga's response to that blow was simple. A very hard straight kick to the gut, followed by a heel strike to the chin, nearly dislocating the man's jaw in the process. Ranma was sent reeling, then was tripped up by a sweep kick. Ranma's father found himself flat on his back, and that was when Shinyu decided to get involved. The disciple of Rappo's eye went stiff when he felt something clamp onto his throat. His eyes widened as he saw that Ranma's pet tiger now had him by the jugular with his teeth pressing into his flesh, almost to the point of piecing the skin. All the big feline had to do was bite down a little more and Ranma would be dead. Careful Shinyu, Koga said as he knelt beside the now helpless martial artist. He'll give you gas and he's mostly fat anyway. He then addressed the tiger's prey. What's the matter, Ranma Sodom? Cat got your tongue? Or in this case, tiger got your throat? Ranma could only let off a strangled gurgle and replied. Koga then took on a more serious expression. Nothing more to say. Good. It's just as well, since anything you've got to say holds no value to me. However, you will listen to what I will say to you now. Ranma shall never be returned to you. He now has a better chance of making it in this world without you trying to run and ruin his life. You caused him enough damage with your foolish training methods and broken promises. I know all about the families that you had swindled, using your son as a bargaining chip. Now if it were up to me, I would just say to Shinu to risk the indigestion. Double quote John with single quote. His eyes widened and his skin turned a deathly pale. Koga then added, however, I do not wish for Shinu to become a man-eater and therefore become a danger to others, so this shall be your final warning. If you are still within Amazon territory by week's end, I will hunt you down and make you wish that this tiger had eaten you. He then made a series of quick jabs with an index finger, hitting specific pressure points and causing Janma's body to become rigid like a statue. The blind master stood up and stepped back. He snapped his fingers and Shinu released his grip on Janma's neck, albeit reluctantly. The big cat padded toward Ranma's teacher and followed him into the woods. Just before they disappeared, Koga called back to Janma. Double quote, your body will remain stiff for an hour. Although, I could have just as easily made your heart stop permanently. The shiatsu points I had used on you will eventually wear off. I expect that you will be gone afterwards. Goodbye Janma Sodom. For your sake. And Ranma's. May we never cross paths again. Double quote Janma never gave up on trying to regain his son, but after that first encounter with Koga, he had decided that going after Ranma in China was just too hard, especially with that tiger and those damned Amazons always around the boys. That strange warrior he had met was also a big obstacle to overcome, and Ranma's father finally came to the conclusion that the best way to retrieve his meal ticket was outside the influence of those obstacles. He would just have to bide his time and be prepared for the right opportunity. A few weeks would pass with no sign of the Panda Man, and Koga finally became convinced that for the time being, Janma was not going to be a problem. However, as Ranma was not preparing to attend junior high school in Japan, he knew that Janma would see this as an opportunity to steal back his heir. He would have to be extra careful and keep a close watch on the boy during the semester. Double quote, so is everything all set for Ranma? Koga asked as he and Jasmine sipped tea in her living room. The Amazon healer nodded. Yes. All of his bags are packed and waiting, including his school supplies and spare clothes. Double quote, and where is Ranma? Double quote, oh, he's out saying goodbye to his friends. Double quote, yes, I'm certain that Shampoo and Razor will miss him. Double quote, and Shinu. Jasmine took another sip of tea. At that moment, Koga paused for a long time, then nodded. You too, didn't you? Double quote, Jasmine shrugged. It wasn't that hard to figure out. Ranma would always disappear mysteriously and then come back a little tousled and dirty. He would sometimes sneak some fish and meat out of the storeroom. Whenever I washed his clothes, I would always find black and gold cat hairs. And I had a little talk with Shampoo a few weeks ago. The blind master took a deep breath. Jasmine, I'm sorry that we kept this from you. But Ranma was Ranma's adopted mother raised a hand, knowing that Kogu would sense it. Ranma may keep him lot, but I thought that you would be angry and at first. I was angry. But then I remembered how happy he was whenever he visited that big cat. Seeing Ranma happy is all I ever wanted. And if he has been caring for it all this time, then he has proven that he is responsible enough, unlike that worthless father of his. When Ranma comes back from school at the end of this year, I shall tell him that Shinyu can stay. Koga couldn't help but smile as he took another sip of his tea. Outside in the woods near the village, a boy and his tiger were having one last merry chase. To be concluded. For single quotes notice. When I reread the rough draft, I realized that this was a long story and decided to split it into 2 parts. Sorry it took so long to finish this part, but real life has been hard. Anyway, in part 2, we shall see Ranma's ordeals through junior high and his first encounters with the Musk dynasty when he comes back home. We'll be seeing more of Shinyu and he may just become part of the main Fighting Blind storyline. We'll also be seeing more secrets of the unseen light, so stay tuned.